Hello, welcome to D&D House. Toph will be here in just a moment. We're down a few people tonight for special circumstances.
Hello! Welcome back to D&D House, where a bunch of nerds get together, roll dice, and slay monsters. It's Monday night, so we're playing some My Hero Academia Dungeons & Dragons, but as you can see, tonight is a special one. None of our friends are here. Cool. It's just me and Adriana for now, and Wyatt will be swinging by later because we're having a special session. Ian and Ty are very fortuitously scheduled out of town right as we're having our solo sessions for internships. So this week we'll be covering 2 of our 4, and the next week I'll be covering the other 2, and the week after that we will return to our regularly scheduled programming. This week we're also starting early at 5:30 instead of 6:30, as I'm sure you have noticed. If there's anyone in chat, thanks for tuning in. Adriana, your character, on a fine Sunday morning, packed up and heading to the train station, just as Aizawa instructed. You all meet at the front gates to UA, and as soon as Ida takes head count, you all load on the bus and head into the city. Into Shizuoka train station proper, Aizawa gathers the class for one last briefing, instructing all of you to make sure that you are polite, that you are respectful, that you do not wear your costumes about unless you have permission from your mentors. And after a brief admonition of Ashido for poor verbal behavior, she is not polite. My girl is disruptive, and we love her. You get on your way. All of you scattering across the terminal to various locations where you'll be boarding trains and heading out across Japan. You are taking the train through Tokyo because it also goes just north of there to Gunma, where you will be interning with Majestic, the magic hero. Gotta love that guy.
Yep.
Fucking wizard.
Who else is on my train? Anyone?
A couple other people on your train. In your area as well, you should have Uraraka, you should have Midoriya. I actually don't know if there's anyone else. I think that's it. Tokoyami is actually going to the airport because he's flying. And yeah, I think that's it. There are a couple other people in the general area of Tokyo, but some of them have different trains. People like Ida and I believe Kaminari should as well. Mm-hmm. So yeah, everyone's scattered about. But you head for your train, and you have 2 of your friends with you. Do you want to go sit with them?
Oh yeah.
Fuck yeah, they're good friends of yours.
Oh yeah, we're all good friends.
Love Deku Squad.
We're buddy.
Deku Squad is in quite a state at this point in time. Midoriya is just muttering to himself. He seems various shades of anxious, concerned, but also he seems, determined. Very Midoriya. And Uraraka, she is just kind of sitting quietly next to him. She responds to him, and they're holding a conversation, just making small talk all the while. But there's just kind of this quiet sense of unease over the 3 of you. If you have anything you'd like to talk to them about, you are welcome to.
You guys feel ready?
Huh? Oh, yeah. I'm just excited to meet him,
Have you even found a photo of him?
Well, no. Unfortunately, I couldn't really find any information on Gran Torino online. But I'm sure whoever he is, that he'll have a lot he can train me with and teach me.
I mean, Aizawa probably wouldn't have approved it if it wasn't going to be semi-okay, right?
Of course. He is a pro hero, and he has a teaching license. He used to be a teacher at UA. What about you? You're going to Majestic, right?
Yeah.
He's been rising through the ranks recently.
Yeah. They're saying he might be top 10 eventually.
Dude, your research. Uraraka is just not quite far away, but her mind is elsewhere, and just every now and then she's just just these little, she seems kind of just hyped up for it.
Yeah.
She seems excited, but also there's a pensive quality about her, as though there's a lot on her mind at the moment.
Fair enough. We should do little check-ins. I know we were talking about keeping up. We'll probably have I'd imagine more nighttime stuff than we do daytime. So maybe breakfast check-ins.
Oh, sure. I mean, I can totally text you sometime this week. You want to do it every day, every other day?
Yeah, every other day if something fun happens.
Yeah. If anything really cool happens, then I'll find some time and tell you about it.
Exactly. So when we get back, we're going to want to tell everyone, so it's going to just be hard.
Mm-hmm. I'm just excited. I mean, Gunhead's really different, so I want to see what I can learn. If I can broaden my horizons a little bit, right?
I mean, after a week, I'm sure you'll do something.
Mm-hmm. What about you? I mean, what are you trying to learn from Majestic?
I just want to learn different styles. There's not a lot. I mean, no one has the same quirk as anyone else, right? But we've got. I just want to learn something different. I want to learn to do something different. I feel like I've been doing the same thing over and over and over.
Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah. The problem is it works. So we rely on these 4 things that we know about our own quirks, but.
Yeah. I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right?
Yeah.
But still, it's good to learn new things and try different things out. That's the whole reason I'm going over there, so. Otherwise, I probably would have just stuck with some rescue hero or something.
Yeah.
Delightful. The train ride continues on, and it's only just over an hour before you guys start entering the east side of Tokyo proper. Midoriya is eventually dropped off. He says his goodbyes and he walks away, hands glued to his backpack straps, just muttering to himself occasionally.
About 20 minutes after it stops, I'll shoot him a text and just say good luck.
He sees it, but he doesn't respond. A few minutes later, Uraraka also departs, and soon you are the last on the train. I need you to roll a perception check.
21.
You get a lot of looks. You guys are in your student uniforms. People recognize UA anywhere, but more particularly, people recognize you because you got pretty high in the standings. You got 2nd place. That's incredible. And though you're not as distinctive as the bird,
Yeah.
you make quite the impression. And every now and then, you just catch people looking your way or just going back to their phones and
She'll just
they're
smile.
At one point, you see a mother and a young child, and the kid is just looking at you constantly. The mom's just
She just waves. She remembers. She hears Aizawa in her head. Just be polite. Hi.
The kid's face just lights up, and they come over to you. You get to feel like their mom wanted them.
Yeah.
And eventually, time comes that you arrive in Gunma Prefecture, and it is not long before you get to the station. Just a moment. You depart from the train, and you see a member of the police is there, waiting for you. As soon as you step off, they kind of walk over to you. Are you Ryoko Ito of UA High?
Yes, sir.
All right. Just to shake your hand because you offered.
Does she recognize him?
No.
Okay.
No, you're too far. You're not home.
Yeah, that's what I figured as much, but
You're 2
just in
prefectures north of there.
Yeah.
Because there's Saitama and then Gunma after Tokyo. I've been instructed to escort you to the residence of Majestic.
Thank you.
If you'll follow me this way. And the man takes you to his squad car, and you jump in the back and head on over across the city. It's a familiar sight to you, being in a police car
Yeah,
in
she's
a
like, I hate
or a bustling city, you know?
Yeah. She's like being driven to school.
Yeah. Just one moment. All right. Just checking my notes, making sure I got it right. Got it good. You arrive in front of a large agency building. It's not the craziest thing you've seen. In Tokyo, you've seen much bigger agencies. Hell, there's one guy with a whole castle.
Yeah.
Like a Japanese style.
It's casual.
Shiro, you know. Yeah. But this one, it's nice, and it has kind of this this very modern aesthetic, as these strange kind of like curving bits of architecture, and the slanted diagonal cut roof. You see huge like circular panes of glass that light flood into the building below, and you can tell it's probably like 3 stories, relatively big, much bigger than this house. The police officer waits with you at the door, and when the door opens, you see just a young woman. She is dressed well, like a respectable kind of businessman, just the suit, no tie though, and she bows to you as soon as you appear, and she motions for you to come inside, and the policeman leaves you.
No, wave goodbye to him, bow to her, walk in.
All right. You walk in, and the woman, she offers to take your luggage and your bags and things. She's an assistant for Majestic. It's not a large agency in terms of heroes active in it, but he does still have, help.
Yeah.
No one needs to file all that paperwork alone. God forbid. And so she does. You are taken deeper into the interior. It is comfortable. Not too lavish, not too bland either. It's just comfortable. There is kind of like a large recreational area. You see it is attached to a kitchen with a bar in the midst. But down just like across the way in this large room that kind of extends into a hall, there are also like offices, and you see like meeting rooms. It's a very comfortable mixture of business and casual. And a man appears, floating down the stairs on a Technicolor ring of energy, and you know him well from all of the study that you've done. In his metal greaves and his long orange cloak and that pointed, crooked, crimson hat. It is Majestic with the blindfold over his eyes and the short goatee and the smile, that wide smile. As he comes down the stairs, he just looks at you. You don't know how he sees you. It's probably a see-through thing,
Yeah.
but no way you can see his eyes.
Yeah, just a bow.
Ito!
Mr. Majestic.
Ah, please. Majestic is fine. I'm glad that you finally arrived.
That wasn't too bad of a train ride. Had worse.
I've been looking forward to your internship here. It's quite the honor to have one of UA's brightest.
It's an honor to be selected by you.
Wonderful. Well, your official training starts tomorrow, but there's no reason why we shouldn't show you around the premises and get you introduced and familiar. Come with me. And he steps off of the floating ring and he just walks with you up the stairs. You have a room to yourself that they showed you to, and you can put your things away there, including your hero costume. And, well, he just leads you around the entirety of the facility. His study is in the 3rd floor, but there is also a training room in the basement. There is the kitchen in the main floor, and then there are lots of just guest rooms and other assorted secondary and tertiary rooms on the 2nd floor. Again, it's not a very busy agency. Majestic does a lot, but he doesn't have a ton of sidekicks, and
Yeah.
he prefers his team-ups. But in time, he does lead you across the entirety of the facility. Please, if you have any questions.
Since we're not starting tomorrow, is it okay if I use the training area downstairs? Just keep up on things.
Expeditious. Go for it. I'll have to show you what everything does, just in case, but I'm sure you're familiar with most of it. So, you got second place in the UA Sports Festival.
That I did.
I need to know, how does that feel? What was your first reaction realizing that you really had a shot at it?
It felt good. It felt... there was a long period of time where I looked at my powers and they were never going to be enough compared to those of All Might, those of Endeavor. Right? You look at the top 10, that's immediately who you want to compare yourself to.
Veritable titans.
Quite. And I had to start thinking of different ways to use my quirk that would be more beneficial to that, to being a hero. And I felt like the sports festival really, when I realized I had a shot and that I was effective, it really opened my eyes that this was right for me.
I'm glad to hear that. I feel as though there is some bond of kinship between us, though you do not know me well yet, and I would like to know you better. But, you see, I too felt that way once. That with the powers I was born with, perhaps I would never really attain the goals and the dreams that I had aspired to. It is something that I will teach you over the course of your stay here with me. Doubt is amongst the greatest of the enemies that a hero must face. The doubt that you create in yourself, and the doubt that people impose upon you. We aren't perfect, and it's a difficult, treacherous line of work. But you must believe. You must believe in your own capabilities and the capabilities of the people working alongside you. And most importantly, you must believe in the inherent goodness of every person you meet. We must watch for evil, vigilance, but we must never await it. Come. I'll wax philosophical with you later. Let's go to the gym.
Excellent.
He takes you downstairs. It is an expansive underground arena. It's nice. It's very nice. It's full of machinery and equipment, but also there is you see, it looks effectively like a boxing ring kind of in the corner. There is a large section of matted floors where it just looks like it's a sparring kind of arena, and there are many non-lethal assorted weapons placed along the walls, lots of staffs and other things like that. Just good for sparring, good for martial arts. Majestic isn't, the greatest martial artist among heroes, but everyone has to know at least a little to get by in this business. So, you can train. It is the first afternoon here. It's really just you, Majestic, his assistant, Rikia, and really there's not anyone else around. Not yet.
Cool.
I'll leave you to your training. Now that you've secured your things upstairs and been shown the facilities, I'm sure that you'll find ways to occupy your time. You are welcome to come find me and occupy mine. And tomorrow morning, the real training will begin. I hope you're excited.
Extremely.
Get ready. We run a pretty casual ship here at my agency. I believe it's good for the heart of a hero, that it shouldn't always be dour business. But still, don't expect it to be so casual as things might have been at UA.
Nothing's really casual with Mr. Aizawa.
Eraserhead, I would expect as much. You are in his class.
That I am.
I was never sure if it was him or Vladkid, but with that in mind, I'll adjust my expectations accordingly.
Perhaps I should have waited for that for Friday.
Perhaps. And he leaves the gym for the moment.
Cool.
You want to spend that time training?
Yeah, just spend some time training. Getting some of the anxious energy out.
You can gain any of the normal downtime bonuses for training. That's fine.
For once, you know what? I'll take a hit point.
Oh, fuck yeah, you will. How many hit points you got right now?
42.
So now 43?
Yeah.
Jesus,
I think
man.
max for me is like 45. Like it's close, but I never. Wait, I was at 43, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm at 43. Right? Yeah, I was at 42. Yeah, because that was the answer to everything. So
Yep.
Good. Heck.
You get your time training. Later in the evening, Majestic comes back downstairs. He's still in his costume. But you see he has removed his armored boots and he's wearing something more comfortable. And he just motions for you at the door. If you're not still drilling yourself to death, you can head upstairs and we'll be having dinner soon. We don't eat together as a unit. It's hardly that casual, but we do generally congregate around a specific time.
Sounds excellent. Thank you. She'll come up.
Mm-hmm. You head upstairs. Rikia, the woman who welcomed you at the door, hands you an itinerary and just a schedule of all of the events of this week. You will be going on patrol in the middle of the week, not at the beginning or the end. Weekend is obviously when it is most dangerous to be on patrol.
Fair.
And early in the week, Mondays and Tuesdays, there's just not enough action and not enough people around, really, to get any instructional value.
Fair enough.
Wednesday and Thursday.
Cool.
And you leave Sunday morning.
So what are we doing the other days?
The other days, there will be training and there will be education.
Okay.
As he is going to teach you things about being a hero, like procedurally, logistically.
Okay.
Yeah.
The paperwork.
Paperwork, but also how things like agencies stay operational and efficient, how team-ups work, and then some of the more like fine print details about Quirk law and how heroes work actually.
Things that she needs to know because she'll break them inevitably.
Mm-hmm. Like tiny things that a lot of people forget about or get caught on accident.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, so you're welcome to go get your dinner.
We'll do that.
Fantastic.
So they just take it and they go to their own rooms?
No, you can eat out in the like the kitchen and the like the recreational area on the first floor. The rec room. Alright. Good stuff. You get a text back from Midoriya late that night. It is just like the emoji for just like dead tired, you know, with like sweat running down it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she'll just text him back. Already? I start tomorrow. I've just been chilling at the gym here.
Yeah, he just texts you back. Gran Torino Sensei is dead serious. And that's all you get.
Yeah. And she'll just respond like, I'm so happy that it's going so well. She'll just assume there's no response.
Alright. Ultraco also texts you at some point that night and she says, sorry, when did you want to check in? Question mark.
And she'll just say, whenever we can, we'll just work it out.
Alright. Thumbs up.
Cool.
That's all you get. And the evening wears on.
Oh. Good sir.
Just a thing floating through the room.
You don't pay rent here.
Delightful. The next morning comes. And it is time for training. As you wake up bright and early, he expects you at 7 o'clock. And Majestic is already waiting down in like the main room, just outside the offices, just outside of the rec hall. His assistant is running around the agency, just doing everything that she can. It's never dull, never boring. But Majestic looks to you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you ready to test yourself?
Let's do it.
This way. He takes you down to the gym. He goes to the section with the matted, kind of padded floors, and he waits for you there. There's no need for your uniform today. Dress comfortably. We also have uniforms here if you find that more appropriate.
You're just in joggers and a tank top.
Mm-hmm. So, you Quirk. This is the first thing that I must assess before I can start teaching you over the course of your stay. Demonstrate it for me. I've seen it, but not in person.
Alright, well, very simply.
Mm-hmm.
So she'll create a large portal, like large as she can, and this is the entrance and this is the exit. You can't go in through the exit. And she her hand jams against it, and you can't go. I guess and she puts her hand in through the entrance, so I can go in through the entrance as long as my whole body isn't through it. I can pull it back out. As soon as my body or anybody else's body or an object is all the way through, it can't come back out unless, if I grab an apple, I can put it through, and I can pull it back out. But if I drop the apple, it can't roll back in on its own.
Excellent. How long can you maintain these portals?
Easily 6 seconds. They'll chill there. I have to think about it if I want it longer. I haven't really pushed it too long. Most was 5 minutes, but I was in a contained environment, just sitting in my room, so distractions could impact that.
Is the duration a matter that concerns you?
Not particularly right now. I
Alright.
usually use it for something else, but
Interesting. Is there anything else you can do with this?
I can make them smaller, so she'll make this big.
Yeah.
I can control the sizes, and I can hard close or soft close. So soft close, and I'll have my hand in, and it'll just kind of push it out.
All right.
Or I can hard close, and I won't demonstrate that one because I don't really have anything to cut, but it'll just all the way through.
Hmm.
It'll normally soft close, and I have to actively think about it hard closing.
Interesting. Very interesting. These portals, are there any alternate angles or any alternate shapes in which you can generate them?
I've never really tried angling them, but I can, for instance, and so she'll have another one. I put my hand in at the bottom one here, and I can think about it coming at the top, and so this portal's now flipped. So if I were to walk through here, I'd come out upside down, and so she does that and just kind of lands on her feet. I can roll a reflex if you want. But I assume that she's fine to.
Yeah. No, roll acrobatics. All right. So you can flip them on a horizontal axis.
Mm-hmm. I haven't really tried doing any sort of angles or anything like that. We can do that though.
Absolutely.
I can do it if it's on. I've never tried just in air. I've done it against a crooked wall and being able to come out of there. But do I need to roll? Should I roll for that?
Yeah. Roll a Constitution check, or not Constitution. Sorry, Dexterity check. My bad. Because that's your quirk factor, right?
Yeah. 15? Yeah, or 16.
16. Yeah, you kind of just focus on it. No, it's a normal portal. And then you look through it and realize, oh, well, I mean, it's upside down, but that's normal. You can do that already. So yeah, they're always just plain vertical.
Yeah.
For the most part.
Unless I'm propping it against something.
Mm-hmm. All right. And is that of any concern to you?
Not particularly. Usually if I need it to be at an angle, I've got something else that's forcing it to be there. Whether it's a wall or something like that, so it's never really been an issue. More so, the thing I've been really trying to work on recently is getting them to move. So I don't have to constantly be regenerating. Maybe if I can keep one open for 12 seconds and I can move it from here to here. Or move it over, if someone's trying to throw something, I can move it last second, something like that. Or if I'm jumping down into it, I can move it just under me if it's not there already.
All right. And my last question for you for the moment. Are these portals capable of locomotion? Can they move? Or are they locked in space?
No, that's what I'm trying to do, is to get them to move around.
That is what you're trying to master.
Yeah. because, and another exit portal, right? So the exit portals, I can't go in, so she'll hop on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like one of those yoga balls, you know, like it kind of has an energy feel, like with the half yoga balls where you're trying to stand on it. So it doesn't like me standing on here, but I can stand on it.
It's a repulsive force.
Yeah.
All right.
I can use it to launch myself too if I create, and so she'll do that where she has the entrance portal, and the exit portal is only like 4 feet off the ground, and then, or it'll be like 3 feet off the ground, and then the entrance portal's just right here too. So she's standing halfway in one, halfway in the other, like bottom half's here, top half's here, and then it'll like shoot her up when she closes.
Yeah, you land on your feet. He's most curious. When I first had begun to train my quirk, I was not particularly capable of directed movement with the rings. I could move them, but they were slow, they were imprecise, and I could not move more than one at a time. Follow me. And he takes you across the gym to a door built into the side that you have yet to access. It is locked. But he walks up to it, and he gets out a key card and just puts it in front of the scanner, and the door unlocks with a puff, and it swings open into a small padded room. The ceiling, floors, and walls are all just like blue and orange, like just like athletic mats,
Yeah.
you know? It's a large room. It's about 15 by 15. And you see in 4 different corners there are machines. They look like the things that you have in batting cages that shoot baseballs at you.
Or like she has the tennis ball. She's used tennis balls before for training, so this will be fun.
They're all pointed at the center of the room. You are welcome to watch, but I would like to demonstrate something to you. And if you are so inclined, I would like you to try the same.
I would love to.
All right. I can't promise that you won't get a little beat up here over the course of our training, but it's nothing that these machines can do to you that won't wear off in a couple minutes.
I'd be disappointed if I wasn't.
And he steps into the room, and he just tightens his blindfold a little bit, and he adjusts his hat, and he reaches into his pocket for just like a little fob, and he presses a button or two, puts that on the floor, and he just stands dead still in the middle of the room. And then the machines start just, they just start shooting fucking balls at him, and he is just like Doctor Strange style, right? Like these rings of energy materialize around his forearms. And he just starts like moving these rings around the room at like top speed. They're like perfectly vertical, and he's just like moves them, and they move fluidly and perfectly, adjusting both like geospatial location but also angle, like perfect fluidity. It's years of mastery that you are watching in this moment. But over the course of the minute, these machines firing a great many projectiles at him, and not a single one hits him. And he's just blocking from multiple angles. He's not even like looking. He's still facing away from you. And he's just intercepting, redirecting, constantly. A minute passes, and he steps out of the chamber. All right. So, you want to give it a try?
I would love to. I hope it's okay. I've been part of the way the Quirk works. I don't know if they've told you. Nicotine helps to extend the use.
I've been informed.
So I vaped out the window. I didn't want to vape like inside the premise, of course.
When I spoke to your principal, he redirected me to the nurse at your school. She informed me of your special health concerns. I'm not going to tell you that you are not permitted to use this device on the premises. However, I would ask you, why do you use it?
It allows me to do it to extend the use of my quirk.
Indeed.
So if I can do more, it's potentially one day more I can save, more I can help.
That is true. It does help you. But have you ever considered that maybe the thing propping you up now might just be holding you back?
Yeah. It's addicting. That's the problem.
Oh, addictive natures aside, we all have our vices, but this substance that is helping you to prolong your endurance with your quirk, do you think it's possible that it's prevented you from really pushing your limits and opening new doors?
Probably.
You are welcome to step out and use it when we take our breaks. However, I would encourage you to consider abstaining for as long as you can. I want to see how far your quirk can take you and how far you can take it without the need for artificial enhancements. Emotions to the training room. You step in?
Yeah.
Oh, Christ.
Let's go.
I need you to roll a skill challenge. Any roll that you can make is applicable as long as you can explain it to me. It doesn't just have to be skills.
Cool. Straight reflex check.
Yes. Okay.
21.
Okay, success.
Acrobatics. 21 again. It's 2 9s. Escape artist.
Okay.
So just flexibility, being able to escape the ball.
Mm-hmm.
13.
All right. That's one failure.
Okay.
2-1.
Is it 5-3 or 3-3? I don't know.
There is no way to know.
Okay. Knowledge Arcana for quirk knowledge and being able to utilize it properly.
Absolutely.
19.
Acceptable. 3-1.
Knowledge local for the room.
Sure.
After watching him do it and
Mhm.
analyzing.
Trying to read a pattern from the machines.
Yeah. 17.
Acceptable.
Perception. 24.
Good. It's 5 out of it's 5-1, right?
Mhm.
One more.
Cool. Stealth for the ability to move lightly and quickly. So stealth, and then I also have
Just like Midnight's training.
fast stealth. Yeah.
Acceptable.
Especially with the fact that I have fast stealth.
Mm-hmm. Not stealthiness for the purpose of hiding, but for the fleetness of foot.
Exactly.
Acceptable.
17.
DC of 16. That was a 6-3 skill challenge. You had 1 failure. About 20 seconds in, you get hit with the first ball. There are a few others that follow it, but you manage to catch your footing and get back in your rhythm. You stand there, you wait and listen, you dodge and you twist and you roll, and you demonstrate all of the acrobatics and grace that the R-rated hero has come to respect. And you're able to deflect many balls with exit portals or to redirect them with entrance portals. And you are able to dodge many that remain. By the end of it, you're not too tired. You feel just fine. There weren't too many blunders, but still you took a couple hits. So obviously there's a lot of room to learn and grow. And you haven't quite mastered that inherent perception that Majestic took into the training room. That silent, just standing still. He never dodged, he never rolled. He just stood there and he listened and he waited and he blocked perfectly, putting up shields and rings everywhere in front of him and anywhere behind him at the exact moment as the ball was fired. You haven't mastered that yet, but you have the first steps of it. As you come out of the training room, he congratulates you. Excellent performance.
Thank you. I've been working with Miss Midnight on the side.
Lady Kayama is certainly a very dexterous hero. She has my respects. hard to do what she does. But still, I wouldn't be too upset if I had a quirk that could put all villains in a large area to sleep.
Very simply.
We are not so lucky as that, to have combat applicable quirks with an ease of use and a sort of brutal efficiency. We have to be intelligent, cunning. It is our wits that will save us, and in your case, the swiftness of your feet.
Got me this far.
You're permitted to take a break for now. You've done well. I'm going to adjust our lesson plan for the day, and then we'll get into it.
What time is it?
It's early. It's only like 8 o'clock. It's been like an hour.
Okay.
Is that a will save or something?
Yep.
Hey.
She's not gonna vape right now.
Okay.
Because it's about every hour. So.
Once on the hour.
Because like for classes, she'll be able to dip out once an hour.
I hope chat's having a wild time. There's actually going to be no interaction tonight. Sorry, boys. Jaden, Marcellus, I hope you guys are there. Love you all. Thanks for watching. Hope my sister's there. Crazy fuck. And Adriana, your character does well. Is that Wyatt?
Yeah.
Wyatt! He's just going to hang out in the room until it's his turn. He's probably good with it. And, yeah. Your character is permitted to have her break, and when you return, he is waiting for you there in the gym. All right. The first lesson I have to teach you. We are going to do what we can to move that portal. But first, I need to know, whenever you try to execute this radical change in your quirk's dynamic, how do you feel? What do you experience? What do you think?
So when I use my quirk, I have to focus on a certain point. So what I've been trying to do is when I use it, instead of focusing on one point, I try to think of an area. So essentially, instead of being a laser pointer, it's like a floodlight. I can now move it around here. When I try to move it, it feels almost like a rubber band, like just pushing against it. It's just not quite willing to. It doesn't feel like it won't budge, but there's something there.
Do you think perhaps it might be the repulsive force that the gates give off?
Potentially.
If they are a repelling force, they may be having a negative reaction with the air around them.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. I suppose I am forcing something into a space that isn't supposed to be there to begin with.
Displacing matter is no small feat. It takes a great deal of energy, which is, I'm sure, why it wears so heavily on your tendons.
Maybe I should read some more physics books then.
I believe we might be approaching this problem from the wrong direction. It is the right problem to approach, but our methodology. He takes a moment to think. I would have you do this, Ito. Find somewhere on the premises where you are comfortable. In the next few minutes, go out, get something to drink, hydrate yourself, and if necessary, go have your breakfast, and immediately thereafter, find somewhere you can be comfortable. Think on the matter of your quirk. Meditation, I find, is an excellent means to harness and hone the power of the body. I need you to concentrate on why your quirk repels things the way it does, on whether it's the inherent nature of what you perform, or whether it's another one of those little biases that we build into ourselves day by day, what conventional people might call common sense. I believe it might be possible you do not have an entrance and exit portal. It might be possible they are one and the same. But I do not know your quirk, and so that is for you to decide, and for you to enact. Go. Have breakfast. Take some time to think. I will be down here. And he sends you off. Does your character meditate?
She has a hard time sitting still, but she's gonna try.
Yeah. I figured.
Yeah, like she's definitely like the twitchy, antsy, always something's going on.
The nicotine addiction probably doesn't help.
Yeah, no. Something to do with her hands, so that's even worse. No, but she'll go grab like a granola bar, some tea. Is there like anywhere with like some plants, like a tree or anything like that? Maybe a little.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
There are plants in the rec room, but then also there are some trees outside. It's nice.
Somewhere with some sunshine.
Mm. You guys aren't quite like buried in the urban sprawl of the city, but you are out towards the outskirts. There are you're near some neighborhoods and you're near some businesses.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Wyatt. But it's not so urban that there are not trees along the sidewalks, and there is a bit of just greenery around the building itself. Yeah, you're good. Go wherever, dude.
Cool.
How you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good.
All right.
Are you all alive?
Yeah, we're 50 minutes into Adriana's internship.
Sweet.
Day 1, but it'll speed up.
Yeah, so she'll find somewhere where it's in the sun and trees. Wind sound of the city is comfortable, so she's not gonna like sit. She's gonna just like lay down, hands like against the ground.
Majestic is now suggesting that you approach your Quirk's development and training not from a physical standpoint, but from a psychological one. That you re-examine your inherent biases and your existing thoughts about how it works, to maybe examine how it truly functions. Does she believe that there's some way that she might have misinterpreted it her entire life? It's not uncommon.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Throughout her life, she's always had those moments of like, she tends to be more black and white. So she's had those moments of like, shit, I guess there are shades of gray. So she's like, this is just, maybe my quirk is more shades of gray than I thought it was.
I need you to roll a d4.
3.
With a -3 penalty to your will saving throw, I need you to roll a will save.
Okay. -3. I only get to add 1. 7.
You go get your breakfast, and you spend 30 minutes just around the property, walking, sitting, doing whatever you might need. You don't have to sit in perfect stillness. No, that's unnecessary.
Yeah.
But you think, and you think long, and you think hard. Does she believe it's possible?
Yeah.
How long does she wait before she goes back downstairs to try it?
30 to 45 minutes.
Okay.
Depending on how, like.
Then there will be no need for another roll for the moment. You head downstairs after 45 minutes have passed. Majestic is still down there. He is sitting on a yoga ball. He has one arm crossed over his chest, the other he's stroking his goatee, and he's thinking. Hello, Aperture. Welcome back.
Thank you.
How do you feel after you've refreshed yourself and given it some thought?
Calm.
Good. Then I would ask of you that you try it again. And you're going to do it?
I'm going to try and move the portal.
Yeah. Which one are you moving?
Entrance.
Okay. Roll a constitution check. Or a dexterity check. My bad.
What about a 20? That's a nat 1.
Certified Hood Classic. Wyatt's not here to roll nat 1, so you have to
Yeah.
Ty's not here to have Muppet luck.
Which is stupid because I usually actually roll really fucking great.
Your nuts are, dude, your rolls are fucking nuts. It's bonkers.
Yeah.
Like
super hot fire.
It's either like unstoppable or like incapable. I have no difference.
Even yesterday, playing a different system,
Yeah.
not Pathfinder, still rolling crazy.
I was manipulating your advantage system to high hell, though.
Oh, I know. I was encouraging it. Your character summons the entrance portal, and is that kind of fractaling, prismatic mirage with no exit. There is no other sign, so no light bleeds through. It's just a visual distortion, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't move. And you watch it kind of vibrate and tremor in the air. And after a few moments, all the fractals disassociate, just slowly fade away as the portal closes. Nothing. All right. How do you feel now?
Frustrated, but can't get everything on the first try, so.
Failure is not our enemy. It is all right to feel frustrated, so long as it does not discourage you from trying again. But you got into UA. I'm sure you are disciplined enough you do not need me to tell you these things.
It's all good. May I try again now? Would you prefer that I wait?
You're asking me?
Or him?
Asking him.
Jester.
You may try as many times as you need, so long as your fingers do not give out.
I feel good for now. $19.
Okay. You snap your fingers again and you create the portal and you concentrate on it. It doesn't move. It doesn't budge. You see it vibrating and struggling against just the light in the room around it as everything kind of bends around this spot in space. And it shifts an inch or two to the left. And it shifts an inch or two to the left. And it continues to vibrate and hum and pulsate, and then it stops. And as you're straining, just concentrating, focusing all of your attention on this, and feeling the slight ache in your knuckles, it closes.
It's possible.
It moves just a little bit. Just a little bit. You didn't even really control the direction. You just willed it to move. And it did.
Go somewhere.
Is this
Possible.
the first that it's ever moved?
It's the first I've ever really tried.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It can move.
It can move. Do you think it will be an effective strategy, having to constantly reevaluate all of your preconceptions?
I mean,
If you would like some more practical training, we can forego your quirk for now.
we can maybe do a little bit of both. I think this will take a little longer than the week that we've got, but it's a start.
It's a start. That's all you need.
It's possible.
All right. Come with me. And he leads you back over to like the training area with the mats and like the staffs and staves and the like. If we are to allow you to rest your quirk for a few moments, then I would show you this. And he gets over to the mats and he gets a staff and he starts swinging that motherfucker around. It. He is good. He is effective. He has some technique.
I was like, she had a quarterstaff in the entrance exam, so she's not hopeless, but she's
Yeah.
like, holy shit.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever fought with the bow staff before?
Quarterstaff, but yeah.
It is a similar principle, though there is more weight to the ends, there is more momentum. And so there is more need for precision. Come, I will teach you. And he shows you the basics of his close quarters combat style if he is forced into it. He does his best to maintain distance at all times. But he shows you. Your character does well enough. How would you like to spend the rest of the day's training?
Probably bouncing between the two. Like an hour or two here, an hour or two here, between the physical training and the mental, like just working the quirk.
All right. Then when it comes time to work on your quirk again, he asks you, tell me, your quirk functions based off of precision, focus, and most importantly, geo-coordinate certainty, correct?
Yep.
It works best when you observe the location that you are leaving your portals.
It's that part's from my father. He has a business over in Tokyo proper, and they he can send packages anywhere in the world as long as he has a photo and knows the street location of it.
Then I would challenge you with this. What if you were to face an opponent who was able to modify your senses, your geospatial acuities? If you were lost and unable to pinpoint a location to open a portal, how would you fight?
I suppose in that situation, I would just try and distance here, and hopefully instinct can put me long enough, hold me long enough that I could hold off.
Your instincts are an incredible thing. It's the last vestiges of our evolution that keep us alive, even in this modern world. Several years ago, a friend of mine, a pro hero named Gatlin Knight, was faced with a villain of relatively minor status and no noteworthy achievements, who was capable of creating illusions. Gatlin Knight was defeated that day for the first time, and though he rose back up from it and continued his long and prestigious career, you might begin to see the problem. Your quirk, as it functions now, relies on you and your certainty of your surroundings and of that on which you focus yourself. I would challenge you again to consider. Your quirk allows you to bend time and space in an extremely unique capacity that few can. Warp quirks and teleportation are such a rare thing now. Perhaps in feeling the need to focus in on a specific location and the need to settle your power there, you are limiting it. Have you ever considered this?
Are you saying that I should think of it as more just creating an object, movable and allowed to exist in this space?
Yes, less rigid, less formulaic, and with less constraints and provisos. I see some walls in front of you, and I'm not certain how many of them are real. This is not entirely within the purview of the time that we will have together, but I would have you re-examine these basic fundamentals. Tear down what you think you might know, and work from the bottom again. Perhaps I'm wrong. But still, it's never too late to learn new tricks, to re-examine what we know. My quirk required a great deal of thought and reflection, not just on what it can do, but what I believed it could do, and what I believed of myself. They are a living extension of us. Part of us just as assuredly as anything else of our bodies and our minds. So, if you believe that it must be one place to another, a door and an exit, then it will be. What do you believe?
Well, as we saw earlier, I think it's possible. I think anything's possible with this.
You've taken the first step. And you spend the day training with him. Make one more will saving throw.
minus 3, or do we want to...
With a D4 penalty.
2.
Okay.
12.
12. You're starting to kind of grasp. It's a very esoteric concept, but you're starting to grasp it. You're telling yourself it opens one place to another, point A, point B. There is no point A, point B, at least as Majestic is trying to teach you. Maybe it's just point A, and point A, and point A ad infinitum. If there's no exit and no entrance, then there should be no push, no repulsion, no resistance, just gates. And maybe then it will move. The second day comes, and your training continues with more intensity. You have 2 blocks of downtime like any day. How much time would you like to focus physically, and how much time would you like to focus with your quirk?
We've got the 2 blocks. I'll probably do 1
1-1?
each, yeah.
For your time training with him, he will teach you, again, his basic hand-to-hand techniques. He is no master, but he is far better than your average martial artist. And he is a contender for top 20 heroes. Every year he gets a little closer. So he shows you what he can do, and you can take any single bonus that you can gain from the training. Hit points, circumstance bonus. Probably don't need to take the test one, but if you want, you can.
Oh, whoa, what? No, what am I doing?
Thanks for hanging out, Wyatt. How you doing?
Good. I might bail here in a few minutes to go on some errands, but
That's okay.
Cool.
As long as you're back at some kind of decent time.
I figured it'd probably be about 7:38.
Yeah. I think 8 at the latest for you.
Cool.
Okay. You get your bonus as you are just focusing, training physically for the day. And as it wears into evening, you continue training. And he tells you, tomorrow, I will take you on patrol. We will go out into the city and see what the people make of us. More importantly, we will examine their lives and see if we can gain a better understanding of them. And see if we can find some uses for your quirk. I would hope that we make just a slight touch of more progress before then. That you might get a bit of a test in the field. Not in combat, good heavens, no. But, still, applying it out there in the streets where you can be of service to people who are not so different from us. So, tell me, have you reflected on what we discussed? Have you any ideas that you would like to share? Or any concerns that you would like to raise?
I don't think so. I think it's still processing. It's just a very different concept than anything I've thought for the past 15 years. But
we rarely find that eureka moment, that spark of brilliance in the conventional and the proven.
yeah. So I've got, it feels good though. It feels like it's on the right track.
Good. Then, you and I, let's try again. Would you like to make another check for me?
Sure. This is the con D4 penalty.
I'm gonna need the will first. With the D4, yeah.
2, yeah.
2.
8.
8 total.
Yeah, we did low rolls. It's all good.
Mm-hmm. It's hard. You're fidgety.
Yeah.
You feel it. You feel the urge. But as he suggested, are you still resisting it?
Yeah.
Okay. Your body churns and pushes against you, and you kind of feel it, just like, you go outside. No.
Yeah.
But you keep training. Make the dexterity check for me. What do you add to dexterity?
4.
That's what I thought.
I'm gonna add the 2. Can I add the 2 afterwards? Or does it have to be before the roll?
What 2?
From the exercise today.
Oh.
Or yesterday.
You can make it with the roll, yeah.
Can I do it?
You do have
after
to declare
or
before.
I'll hold on to it. We got a week. 13, 17.
17. What exactly are you trying to do?
Move it in a direction that I want.
Mm-hmm. You continue to focus. And when you create your portals, you are met with none or limited success. But eventually, as you create yet another entrance, you kind of just feel it pushing against you. And then you feel it pushing against you as it's moving away from you. But it's moving, and it's slightly quicker, it's less sluggish and less resistant. But still not perfectly directional yet either. And it's still that just vertical plane of shimmering miasma. Eventually it breaks up and disrupts again, but you move it several feet.
Heck
Almost
yeah.
a meter.
Heck yeah.
Majestic is ecstatic. That wide grin on his face. He jumps up from the yoga ball he was just resting on to watch you train. And he comes over to you. Excellent work.
Thank you. It's moving.
It's moving. It's the small breakthroughs that make long-term progress. Do you feel good?
I do.
What else do you feel?
Tired, honestly, but
Tired. That's all right.
it feels good though.
So long as you never doubt. Frustration and fear, anxiety, these are all normal things to feel. But so long as you never doubt yourself and what you're capable of. Come, let's try again. You get to make one more for the night, and that will be the night's training. If there are no patrols, though, you'll get one more day of training later.
Sweet.
We'll see. I mean, if there are no incidents, we'll see.
19.
19. Excellent. You
This time-
continue to move the portal. You feel the sweat dripping down your brow. What are you going to say?
I'll say she's gonna make it so it's horizontal this time, and
Instead
she's
of-
gonna
mhm.
stand up on it.
Instead of moving it spatially, she wants to try to rotate
Well, no,
it.
so so she can create them
Yeah.
either this way or this way.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be on the ground, and she's gonna hop up on it.
Okay.
And try and think
With
of
yourself on it?
Yeah, trying to think of it moving.
Okay. Roll a concentration check for me. That's your level and your dexterity.
Cool. 24.
All right. You feel your senses of the world like shifting around you, and this uncanny, uncomfortable feeling as everything moves below you, but you're not like standing on anything. You feel that repulsive kind of force in your feet slipping on it a little bit, but again, there's nothing solid there, and it is almost disjointing and uncomfortable for a moment. But you keep your footing, and then there's this little moment where you just kind of, like it just clicks in your brain, and you realize what he was saying. You are moving this. You created this. There are no constraints. Nothing can limit your power. You have one of the most powerful singular quirks. I mean, just available. Warping is a terrible, incredible thing. And in that moment, as you are like drifting on the disc of your own making, this shimmering illusion with no other end, it's kind of that eureka clicking moment, and you move. Not quickly. You only move a few meters before your concentration gives out and you drop to the ground below. But you're moving.
Hell,
Excellent! Truly marvelous. Can't believe you're getting that so quickly. It took me forever to learn to move on my own platforms. Moving other people, easy. Moving objects and positioning them between me and others, one of the first things I ever learned. But myself, it is far too challenging initially when you're not stable. When the world is moving around you, for you to move another thing with your mind and your own position is not fixed, but you've done it. Good.
Thank you. I just thought about what you were saying about Glad Night, and if all my perceptions are changing and everything's different, what am I gonna do? You gotta do it anyway.
It is your will that matters. I do not think it's this world around you and what you see in it. You've made excellent progress.
Thank you.
Perhaps there will be some use for this tomorrow. Even if there are no incidents in the streets, no villains or criminals, even then, there are always things that we can do for the people of Japan. Go get some sleep. As soon as you've wrapped up in here, we'll go put something together for dinner and we'll get a good night's rest.
Thank you.
Tomorrow, we'll be out in the city. You have my full permission to don your hero costume, go by the name of Aperture, and tell the people of Japan who you are and what you're there for. I hope you are proud of the progress you've made today.
Extremely.
And he makes his way out of the gym as the night grows light. Your limbs grow weary, and you feel that rawness in your fingers.
She's gonna vape.
Yeah. Okay.
Almost 24 hours though.
Yeah, almost. As Tuesday comes and goes. Wednesday morning. I need you to roll a d12. You don your hero costume early, and you head out into the city.
2.
2. Delightful. Right. As you guys head out into Takazaki, Japan, here in Gunma Prefecture. Yeah, no worries. The city, it's not nearly as large as Tokyo. Whew, thank God. The buildings are not so tall and grandiose, and the bustle of hundreds of people going about their days is not nearly so distracting. You are able to just focus and to be present. And as he takes you out on your first patrol, as a licensed hero, though only provisionally under his care.
Okay.
As he takes you out on your first patrol as Aperture, he tells you, remember, doubt is our enemy. If there is a moment of concern, or, forbid, a moment of crisis, you must act swiftly. You have great initiative. I have seen it already, and I think Japan has seen it. And I know your teachers have, and they speak very highly of you. If for even a moment you are unsure or afraid, come to me. And if that is not possible, I'm sure that you have it in you to rely on those instincts you told me about. But never falter.
Yes, sir.
He takes you out in the city. It's a fine day. The weather's turning for summer. It's growing warmer than cold. And the people are living a peaceful life. Every now and then, you see other characters about, other heroes and people in strange garb that you know are their sidekicks. But you do not interact with them, though Majestic occasionally gives them a courteous wave across the street. And Wednesday passes without incident. If Thursday is the same, then there will be no need for paperwork and the logistical nightmare of after action reports. You will be able to spend one more afternoon training. But for now, you get home tired. How does she feel about the city and about patrolling?
She feels good. It feels good to be out and about because she saw her mother do patrols and occasionally went with her because like out of force, and it just never felt like they were doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, so she she enjoys being on this other side as being a hero of. It's a very different kind of patrol.
Mm-hmm.
And she just feels more enabled in this way. So it feels good.
All right. The second day comes. Thursday. And the last day of patrols for now. I need you to roll another d12.
5.
Excellent. Majestic takes you out into the city again, and he tells you, I would caution you this. Doubt is our enemy, but it is not doubt just of ourselves, of our capabilities. It is doubt of the people in our lives and the people around us. We must look in every person for the good that we know that they are capable of. We must be vigilant and ready for evil, but we must never search for it. Understand?
Understand?
That is the difference between heroes and vigilantes who play at heroism. They look for the fight. They look for the opportunity to stop what is. But we are here to protect them. And he looks down at the innocent people in the streets around you. Not here to fight villains. Here to defend all that they believe in. What kind of hero do you see yourself becoming, Aperture? Do you want to fight villains? Do you want to aid in search and rescue? Perhaps you want to represent an idea socially, make a beacon of yourself in the mind of the public. These are all noble pursuits. What do you want?
Can I say all of that?
Tell them all of it? All the above?
No, yeah, that's what she says. Can I say all?
Of course. You could do anything. You can do everything. It's true, you and I will never be All Might. There are no illusions about that. But I would not preclude that you could not one day rank amongst the greatest of heroes. Your generation is capable and powerful. Your quirks more wild, more varied than mine. But more importantly, your hearts. There was a great deal of heart at your sports festival. Your friends, you have a close bond with them, yes?
Yeah. We're all really close.
Good. Cherish that. Friendships with people you work with can be difficult, but you are still in high school. You're not heroes yet, and if you take that bond forward with you for the rest of your lives, it will be a great benefit. I'm sad to say that when I came into this field, I was a stranger. I had no one to rely on. Only my own power. And I've done well for myself, it's true. But still, I think of what could have been. If there were people running alongside me.
I've got some of those. I've got some of those people.
Good. So, Aperture, the hero who does everything. You continue on your patrols. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Villains. Suppressing them in the streets. Disasters and catastrophes. Carrying people to safety with your powerful and versatile portals.
When we were
Oh yes.
when we were at the USJ incident,
Yes, the attack on your school.
Yes,
Regrettable, but I've heard that you all handled it very well.
I think so. We, a lot of us felt really helpless until the heroes came. And that's what I want to be for the people. Regardless of the situation, whether it's violence upon them, or they're just in a dangerous spot. I don't never want them to feel helpless, as long as Aperture's around.
Hope. You would be hope for them. That is a noble thing. What I sought was comfort, humility. I wanted them to see a hero who was not some shining paragon of godly virtues. I wanted them to see a man who was brave enough to stand for what he believed in. I'm not perfect, but I strive all the same. Hope. I have a great deal of faith in you.
Thank you.
And you continue along your patrol. The city is quiet. You continue along. I would like a perception check.
24.
You hear something. It is getting close to evening. The afternoon wears by. It's about 4 o'clock, 4:30. And you hear something in the distance. It sounds like an alarm, like the sound of ringing. Majestic hears it just a moment before you, and he turned his head slightly.
It's coming from that direction.
And he just creates a ring in front of you. On.
Sure.
We move swiftly. And he bolts forward at just top speed with the ring behind him, propelling him much quicker than yours is propelling you. He's keeping you behind him. But you move deeper into the city. It's a few blocks. But when you get there, you see it is an alarm in a jewelry store.
All Might is laying on the floor.
All Might. Fucking Brawl Might. I love that costume. It's so good. All Might's villain costume, for anyone not caught up.
The random extra episode. It's cute.
2 of them.
Yeah.
He appeared
that's
that way
us.
twice.
Yeah.
When you get there on the scene, there are no police. It has been mere moments. But you see 2 men sprinting out of a jewelry store. One is large, muscular. He has mutant properties, not that he looks inhuman so much as his shape is bulky and square and solidly set in just a way that is strange and kind of alien to human physiology. But the other man, he is lean and lanky. He runs with no technique, just reckless abandon, and he's much quicker than his large compatriot who just muscles behind him. And they're sprinting from the scene. Your mentor holds his hand up, and there is a single, single ethereal just ring appears directly in front of them and blocks the 2 of them from sprinting down the sidewalk. And he shouts out, "Halt! Aperture. Secure any civilians inside the building. Make sure no one is injured. I will handle these." And he continues forward. And he sends you inside.
Yeah.
Skill challenge. 3-3.
Perception.
Mm-hmm.
28.
28.
Does not. No.
You shall not.
Do I have permission to use my quirk
Yes.
right now? Okay, I couldn't remember if they had that. Okay, but acrobatics, just as I'm going in through the broken glass and around all the stuff. 23.
23 is good. What was your first one?
28.
28, 23. Good, good, good. One more?
And then perform piano. No. Your little ditty on the piano in the corner.
Classic. Ah, yes, pianos and jewelry stores. Famous. My sister's jewelry store should have a piano in it.
I can see it.
Nikki, get on it.
Sense motive. On the people, like in the store, for their emotions, trying to chill them out, make them feel good.
Sure, go for it. Sorry, why? Just send me a text.
Okay. 27? 26.
Okay, 3 successes. You get in the building, you maneuver just adeptly around the various display cases and tables throughout the building. And you get inside and you realize all the people in this building are dead silent. All of them. None of them are injured. They are all fine. A few of them are terrified. A few of them are just extremely alarmed. And you see the person standing behind the counter. They're just like their back is to the wall, their arms are just like pressed against it, and their eyes are just like wide. But when you run in, they recognize you, though you were young. They're like, oh, that's a hero. Look at that costume, kind of thing. And people start talking to you, but no words escape their mouth. As soon as you step into the building, the sound of the alarm ringing, gone. Dead silence.
He said to secure them in the building, right?
He said to secure all the civilians inside. Make sure that none of them are harmed.
Cool.
Whether that means you take them out or leave them here, that is up to you to decide now.
Is there broken glass everywhere and stuff like that?
Not much. There's not enough that it's physical danger to anyone.
Okay.
Because everyone here is, they have shoes, and no one was hurt by any glass or anything like that.
Cool. I'll try sign language because I have international sign language just
Oh,
real fast.
shit. Okay.
I'll see if anyone can understand that, and just a quick
Roll d12 for me.
10.
Oh, shit. Okay, try. And what do you have to say?
I'll just say the heroes are here. Are any of you hurt? Are any of you injured?
Yeah, everyone's like talking rapid fire, trying to talk to you, but there's nothing. There are people like motioning all around, and like one person's pointing to like the shattered display case. The cashier is just standing behind. Again, he's just terrified, like glued to the fucking wall behind the counter, not moving from that spot. And there are people pointing like towards the back of the building. But you start doing sign language, and one man kind of stands up. And he starts signing to you as he gets your attention. You're one person in the fucking room who knows sign language. And he tells you, third man in the back.
Okay.
That's all he tells you.
She'll give him a thumbs up, and she'll glance over. Can she see Majestic?
Majestic has gone further down the street. You see there is like the big guy who is just like this lumbering giant. He's like 9 feet tall at this point. He's like grown physically, and his skin tone has kind of changed a bit. And he is just like trying to exchange attacks, but Majestic is just blocking them, effortless. And the other guy is standing behind the big man, but they're trying to escape, and Majestic is giving chase, not giving them a fucking inch.
Okay, but he's like busy.
He is busy. He's almost a block down from you.
Okay, let's block there. This is a question for the world. Do they, even if with a hero on site, you still call the police?
Yes, civilians are supposed to call the police.
Cool.
The guy tripped the alarm for the jewelry store, so it should be calling. The police should be coming right now.
Cool. All right. I'm gonna see where they are, and then I'm gonna look down the other side street because this was a corner building, right?
No. This is like set firmly. Towards the center.
Okay, cool. So I didn't seem to want anything with the people, so I'm gonna tell the people. I'm gonna sign to the guy. Get everyone outside. The robbers went that way. Stay on this side of the building. Police are on their way. If Majestic comes back, let him know that I am handling the guy in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, like, communicate while I'm doing this, but don't want to get in Majestic's way.
Okay. And you're going in the back? As you were leaving the front of the store, you like leap over the counter and go towards the back where you see a vault built into a wall, and you see various back office rooms. As you're leaving, you see the guy, he's like grabbing people by the shoulders, he's just like motioning towards the door.
I would have also asked the guy, do you know what his quirk is? If one. Okay, so he's the sound guy. Cool. Alright, just making sure I wasn't going to go back there and it's going to be like muscle.
No, the muscle guy's fighting Majestic right now.
Yeah. Making sure there wasn't another something wild.
You now have the choice. You could go out with the civilians and make sure they're all perfectly secured and wait for the police. You can go tell Majestic about the third perp, or you can chase him.
I want to stealth over and see if the guy has a way out. If there's like another way out of the building, or if it's a one-way thing.
Okay.
I can also roll a perception check if you'd like. Natural 20, so it's 32.
That's very good stealth. I mean, obviously you are silent because the whole building is in a zone of silence right now.
Yeah, well, I guess it's more so like visually.
But yeah, you keep corners, you move quickly. You see the guy at the end of the hall. He's moving through the second security doors. You realize there is an alley entrance, or alley access, and there are like 2 layers of high security doors between it and there.
Okay.
But if you're going from inside, that's just easy money.
Yeah. Get out. Okay. And is the alley like a side alley that the people coming out of the building will run into?
No.
Cool.
It runs parallel to the street that you just sent all the civilians out onto. But it could empty him out onto the next street over.
Okay, cool. I was just worrying that he was going to go out and like run right into them.
No.
Cool. So there is a way out. Police are on their way. Can I roll a knowledge local to know how far the closest police station is and approximately
yes, roll.
time they would be?
You and Majestic would have talked about this.
Yeah. 17?
17. They should be here like within 20 seconds.
Cool. She's gonna engage. Then.
Okay. You move.
Going. She's like, I can last 3 rounds, no matter what.
He gets out into the alley as you get to the first of the 2 security doors. It's not hard. You just have to like go up to it. There's a button you have to press in the wall next to it, and then you press the crash button.
Can I see him going through?
Just at the last moment. Oh shit!
He's gonna go right.
Yeah. You appear.
What's he built like?
He's not very big. He's not lanky and skinny like the other guy though. He's just like a very moderate athletic build, pretty decent. Like he's not jacked, but he goes to the gym. She's gonna
leap through the portal and try to go just straight for a chokehold.
Oh Christ Almighty!
Just surprise him.
You get a surprise action. That's a grapple check, and then we're rolling initiative.
Okay, is grapples CMB? 17. Yeah, 13 plus 4.
Okay.
Basic attack is still 3. Strength, yeah.
You get out the door. Just using a normal D&D mini. Don't worry about it. Yeah. What was your grapple?
17.
You get out the door and you just go to jump on this guy like silently as audio and the world comes rushing back into relief and you hear your ears kind of ring for a moment. You don't you get on him and you get your arm around him and one on his head and you try to get him in a fucking chokehold and you're just not strong enough and your positioning is just a little bad. Yeah. You don't get a proper grapple.
That's chill.
Cool.
Initiative?
Initiative. You're first.
Sweet.
As he's completely surprised, he's ah! As you just jump on him, he's son of a... And he's like trying to like reach over himself to like grab you. Oh man.
She's going to just like as much as she can use her legs to like try and kick where his like knees / lower legs are to try and kick out and like try to throw herself back as much as possible.
All right. Make another combat maneuver for me, and this will be to trip him.
To get him on his back, like us on our backs.
Yes, that's a trip
Sure.
attempt. Yeah.
Unnatural. Dirty 20. Dirty 20.
That is a success.
Sweet. Okay.
All right. You're just like holding onto the back of him. You get like just enough footing on the ground that one foot on the floor, the other just goes and kicks the back of his leg, and he just tumbles, and you both go down.
Yeah.
Nice. You've a move action, but I mean you're just on the ground.
And sorry, is this the street or is this the street?
The street was out this way. The street that you came
Oh, so
from.
we were in the back alley.
Yeah, you're in the back alley, access behind the store.
Cool.
Although this alley cuts away into the next street over, and this one cuts down to the very end. So.
Okay. Majestic didn't give me handcuffs or anything of that nature. It's just go for it. Go. Keep him restrained.
Mm-hmm.
In that case.
Can't contact him though. Now that you're not in the zone of silence, you can like try to radio him.
Oh, do I have like a little earpiece?
Yes.
Sweet. Yeah, I'll try and do that. Can I just be my move action?
Yeah.
Or is there something?
Yeah. What do you say?
In the back alley, there's a third gentleman. I've got him restrained for now.
Yeah. You don't hear a response from Majestic, but you hear like his radio crackles in, and you hear the sounds just like there's the sounds of fighting, and then a moment there's the sound of one of his rings activating. Yeah.
Cool.
He's on the other side, and the guys that you're trying to grapple in the ground right now, he just says, "Like hell you do," and he's gonna try to punch you.
Yeah.
As he turns.
That's what she said for now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's just gonna turn around. He goes for one punch. What's your AC?
Only 15.
I almost said defense.
Oh no. No, yeah, only 15. It's more when I'm in my gym uniform, which is sad.
You take 4 points of damage. Oh boy, 4. That's like 1/10 your health.
Yeah, so yeah, pretty much. Actually, yeah, just about.
10%.
It's 1/11.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's great.
Mm-hmm. Cool. And he's going to stand up from that. I need you to roll a fortitude saving throw.
15 even.
Mm-hmm. Nice. He goes to just like punch you in the face as he's like standing up in the same motion. He gets you. Like he punches you. Like you have the mask, right?
Yeah, it's a partial mask.
Okay.
Can I do a reflex check?
You would have needed
not like check, but like portal.
You would have needed to do that when the attack roll was rolled.
Oh, okay.
So you know.
Cool. Cool.
But yeah, no.
No. Yeah, no, it's all good.
Yeah, he goes to punch you in the face, and he hits you, and there's just that ringing in your ears is like the world that you heard all the sound all over again. And then there's just silence as everything. It's like it's like the sound of like suction all at once.
Wild.
And you have this like horrible disorienting moment as he focuses all of his Quirk's power explicitly on you, and he stunning strikes you in the face and runs.
Fuck.
You are stunned for 1 round.
Okay.
He doesn't get very far.
Damn. That's wild. That's cool. That's a cool quirk.
Well, yeah, he's a monk. So he uses his stunning strike is just his quirk focused.
That's cool.
It's cool. This guy creates silence, so he uses it to disorient people.
Your jewelry store got robbed.
Create silence next time someone at work doesn't know how to shut a goddamn door. Had to go all the way across town to the mall, shut a door.
Classic.
Don't get paid enough. I swear to white Jesus.
I swear to God, Jesus. I love you, what?
Which, by the way, this is completely unrelated. The depiction of Jesus we've known for the last 500 years was actually one of Michelangelo's gay lover. So that's a thing.
Yo! I need to look that up. That's incredible if that's true. I fucking love that. That's so Renaissance.
Carry on. Don't mean it.
Carry on. He's running. didn't get very far because he had to stand up and just scramble down the alley. He has a case that he's carrying in his other hand.
Cool. Is it my turn now, or?
It is your turn, but you are stunned for that
So
round.
I can't do anything.
He keeps running.
That's chill. He's still within range.
2, 4. And he just keeps going down the street. At this point, it is no longer combat on a grid.
Mm-hmm. That's chill.
Because it has become a chase, which there are rules for in Pathfinder.
Sweet.
I need you to roll a dexterity check.
Dirty 20.
Okay. You are able to give chase. It is at this point a skill challenge. I need you to see how you can maneuver, what tricks and knowledge you can use to close this gap. You can teleport, but he's fast.
Yeah.
He's just
I want to
quick
try.
on his feet, and he had a head start.
Her instinct would be to try to get him into a portal and drop him.
God, that'd be terrible. Go for it.
So, do you want to do knowledge arcana for that?
Mm-hmm.
Or reflex? Either one.
Arcana.
24.
Okay, 24 is good. You can't just like open with that. You have to catch up first because he's more than 120 feet away.
Oh, I see. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I got
He
it.
takes a corner. You lose line of sight, but you get up to the corner with a portal quickly, so
Cool.
you get back inside them.
All good. Acrobatics.
Mm-hmm.
21.
Absolutely good. Anytime that you just come across he's like toppling garbage cans and like piles of crates next to these alleyway entrances, and he like leaps over. He just like straight jumps over like dumpsters and stuff.
Dang.
And you follow him, and you're just as adept.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Escape artist.
Escape artist. Yeah.
17.
Cool. You see him beginning to head up like a pipe built into the side of the building. Like he runs, wall jumps off one wall, grabs it, and he starts climbing. What a fool. He doesn't know what you can do.
Nope.
And you are able to follow him quickly. You don't even have to use your quirk to break that distance, but do you?
Just at first, then she realizes that she can
Mhm.
she can keep up pretty well. So she used like 2. So she used
All right.
1, 2, 3, 4 so far.
Cool. You've actually caught up, and you get up to the top of a roof. He is still running and he's still faster than you, but you have portals. Do you try to cut him off or do you try to trap him?
I'm gonna try and trap him.
Okay, reflex.
23.
That is pretty good. 23 succeeds. You put a portal directly under him. Just snap your fingers and the guy slips through it and falls. Where do you put him? Where do you deposit him?
Heck. Can I see the street or no? Can I hear the sirens? Or are we too far?
You're on the other side of that block, but you can still hear the sirens, and you can see the adjacent street to the one that the robbery was on.
How tall is the building we're
Or
on?
not adjacent, the parallel one. Not that tall. You're 40 feet up.
Could I drop him from that height, from 40 feet up, and then over on that side street?
You can drop him 40 feet.
Yeah.
Certified
So
classic.
he can't run.
Mm-hmm. Okay, he's gonna make a save. Nope. He is not able to grab the side, and he just slips through the portal, and he falls. Oh, shit. Oh, Christ. Yeah, you don't see or hear the sound of him hitting the fucking ground. He barely, rolls into it, but, oh, that is not good for his bones. And as you get over to the portal, you just, look down through it, and you see him. He's just, sprawled out on his back, just,
And she's gonna move that exit portal, so it's only 5 feet off the ground. She'll hop through. So she's next to him.
Okay. You land next to him. Excellent.
Yeah.
I need a perception check.
Cool. And then I was gonna message or tell Majestic where I am now. Perception. 23.
Okay. Yeah, you inform Majestic of your position. I mean, you're just the next street over from him, you know.
Keeping contact.
Easy. He'll just go over the buildings as soon as he's done fighting these villains.
Perfect.
But the police at this point have arrived, and they are suppressing, as in, they're just pointing all their guns at the big guy, and he's literally not going to be able to do anything about it. So, classic. Easy to forget, you're not bulletproof.
Wrong Quirk.
Alright. Majestic reports in. Excellent work. Are you hurt?
I am A-okay.
Alright. Maintain the situation, I'll be over in a moment.
Take your time.
You see a figure fly in and alight on a rooftop just across the street that you are now on. The figure is in like a full body suit of like blue iron mechanical apparatus. It's like some top tier dramatic hero shit, you know. They have a red visor and like a kind of like a very steel blue like faceplate, and they're just staring at you from across the street, and they just
Captain Cold.
And the figure kind of looks out over the area and then flies in towards you.
Do I recognize them?
Nope.
Cool.
But they come to a clanking land as their heavy feet like bend and crack the concrete in the pavement a little bit.
Can I do a sense motive?
Absolutely.
24.
Okay.
25.
25.
I'm really bad at adding threes.
Yeah, this person comes to land in front of you and they just immediately, hey, you're a student. Where's your hero? And you kind of realize, I mean, they're perceptive at the very least. They realize you're a student hero, because you're a kid, obviously, even with like the face
15.
mask, you know. They know how the internship process works at the very least. But still, you do get this kind of sense of them of like, they're not involved in this situation, whoever they are, and they just like stepped into it. Willingly.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Mm-hmm. And the person looks over you. Where's your hero?
It's around the corner.
What you got?
Majestic.
Ah, good one.
I think so.
You got this lockdown, kid?
Yeah, I don't think he's going anywhere.
Okay. I'll head over and make sure the police aren't having too much fun.
Thank you.
When the figure takes the air and just... Kids are getting better and faster these days, aren't they?
Oh, is he talking to me?
Kind of offhand.
Okay, I thought he was like
And then he
going.
flies off.
She wouldn't know how to respond to that.
Mhm.
Thanks.
There is no like fume or anything, you know. It's not like rockets.
Yeah, it's like Silver Surfer.
There is like this bright burst of light from the bottoms of their hands, feet, and the backs of like their shoulders.
Oh, okay, so Iron Man.
Kind of. Kind of. And they fly off. Just about that time, like a couple seconds later, Majestic comes down over the roof that you were just standing on, and he subdues and just handles the villain until the police come over.
He fell, so he might need medical attention.
Right. Looks like he's got a couple. Looks like he has a couple breaks in his arm, but he'll live. You said this guy was in the back of the jewelry store?
Yeah, he was. I don't know if you went through that. I'm assuming you didn't. They, his quirky can muffle sounds. I don't know how wide of a radius, but he did it on the jewelry store, so anyone in there couldn't communicate. One of the gentlemen knew sign language, which was convenient.
Obviously, he didn't do it well enough.
No.
Although that's a pretty smart way to try to rob a place with an alarm.
It only works in a certain radius.
Mm-hmm. Shame you had to go and be a villain, right? And he takes the guy off. He just drags him off.
So follow up?
So yeah, you broke one of his arms horrendously, but that's his fault for not knowing how to land.
Follow up with grace, bud.
Yeah, one does not simply fall 40 feet unprepared.
Yeah, in the concrete you usually die.
Mm-hmm.
40 feet, actually, that's usually...
That's extremely lethal.
That's the limit of... That's past the limit of human survivability.
That is extremely lethal. Yeah. Keep in mind, humans in this world at this
So all
point
things,
are
all things
superhuman.
considered, he actually did really good.
He did really good, but he has like 3 hit points.
He should be there, and over there.
Yeah.
It should be a horrible stain on the tarmac. Yeah. Cool. You guys get going. Back over to the police cordon. They have secured all the civilians, and they've run through the rest of the store, and they've surrounded that entire block. But there are only 3 villains, and they throw them all in the back of a heavy armored van, and they cart those motherfuckers off. Cool. Hey, good job.
That's fine.
Majestic is with you. Are you alright?
Yeah, he got me,
Yeah, I see that.
but I'm good.
Yeah.
Didn't hurt too bad. Just kind of stunned me.
Gotcha. Well, excellent work, Aperture. You've apprehended a villain. I know that you've done battle with villains before, but have you ever defeated one?
No. Not unless it was a classmate labeled as villain. Well, I was hero. But.
Then we'll have much to talk about when we return. The press will be here soon. Are you keen to stick around for them, or would you rather head back to the agency?
It doesn't make much matter to me, if you'd rather. It's your thing. But.
Alright. In that case, let's head back. I've never much preferred the paparazzi and all of their fanfare. He pats you on the back once. You did well.
Thank you.
And as you are leaving, you see other heroes start to arrive on the scene and several like news vans. I need one more perception check.
22.
Mm-hmm. You see that armored blue iron figure standing on top of another roof, just like kind of crouching, watching you guys. The moment you make contact, they just nod at you and they back away. And you see other heroes streaming into the area. The Gatlin Knight that Majestic told you about. He's not super famous, but he's a name. You see... Yes?
She was just going to ask. Do you know a hero? I think he's a hero around here. Blue armor, red visor.
Mm-hmm.
He stopped by momentarily, made sure I was good, and then said he was going to go help the police. I don't see him around here. Well, in the hubbub, at least.
He just kind of stops. Blue armor, red visor. Blue armor, red visor. No, I don't recall one. But there are lots of heroes that come and go through this area, heading north from Tokyo to Hokkaido.
She's like, I'll text Midori about it.
Midori knows everything there is to know about heroes.
Exactly.
You guys leave the scene. You get back to your agency. Rikia is already filing a bunch of paperwork and going over all of the nightmare of logistics that this is going to be. And Majestic turns to you. Excellent work. Unfortunately, because you handled a third of this incident on your own, there's going to be a great deal of paperwork that you'll have to attend to.
Suppose I had to learn how to do it eventually.
Yes, we're going to lose the rest of our training time for this week, but there's still plenty of opportunities for you to learn.
Just a different kind of training.
Yeah, a different kind of training. The other kind's more fun anyway. He takes you to one of the back offices, and you guys get going because they need just full account of what happened, what was said, just like exactly what transpired, where, when, and how. Oh, it's exhausting. Every tiny detail, every little thing. But you put it all on? Yeah, you write it all down. Including the blue iron figure? No.
She doesn't mention the figure.
Really?
Leave that out.
Okay.
Unless Majestic remembers that she had mentioned that, but she was just going to conveniently forget it.
At no point does he bring up that figure. It was very high-end, armor.
Yeah.
Probably a hero, but who knows? At the very least, they seemed interested in helping you contain that situation.
Yeah.
But they moved on. You and Majestic fill out the rest of the paperwork. At one point, he receives a call and he has to leave the room. get the night done. Get it going.
I should text to Midori asking,
Hey.
describing as much detail as I can about the guy.
Okay. This morning, by the way, Uraraka would have texted you just a picture of herself in her hero costume. She is sweaty and red, but it's a selfie and she seems really happy.
Good.
She's in like some kind of dojo-style training room. There's a bunch of guys in the background, and you see a huge dude with big gun-looking arms and a strange metal helmet. It's her mentor, Gunhead.
Cute.
You know what he looks like.
Yeah.
What a soft guy. Friday comes. Midoriya texts you back Friday morning because he gets an early rest. He texts you back and he just says, "No heroes that I'm aware of. I'll do more research when we get back."
She says, "Don't worry about it. Thanks."
All right. If Midoriya doesn't know.
Yeah. She's like, all right. Good thing I didn't list him.
Really? Okay. Friday morning, lots more just logistics. You guys finish filing that police report. And Majestic starts lecturing you about some of the finer details and some of the tiny nuances of Quirk law and how heroes are allowed to use their power and their jurisdiction. Technically, you guys do outrank police, that like anything short of a police sergeant, which you are about equal with. So yeah, anyone on the force that is newer to an area or anything of the sort, you are entitled to give them orders in terms of handling incidents, and they do work under you, but still not as common. Your mother must hate that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. And you guys continue learning. He teaches you a great deal. Are there any specific questions you think she would have about being a hero? Not just like the laws and the technicalities, but just about the life.
Does it get lonely?
Good question. In my particular agency, it can. I'll be honest with you. But also, as you can see, I've chosen not to have a slew of sidekicks. Not to have any regular partners. I've chosen to work alone. So, really, I should have expected as much. As I told you, your friends, those willing and able to run alongside you, cherish them. When all of you grow and become heroes, they will be an invaluable resource and an extremely necessary one. You will carry each other through the hard times. Hello, Chris?
What's up?
Yeah! We're streaming My Hero. Doing solos. But it can be lonely. Speaking of loneliness, and he takes you into the next bit and he starts telling you about team-ups, and how it works, and requesting help from other agencies, and working with other heroes. How important it is to be familiar with all the heroes who regularly work in your designated region, so that you can learn how to work with each other and make sure that there aren't any clashes of personality or style. Because obviously, you know, someone like Aizawa could never work with All Might.
Or joke.
Or Miss Joke. Surprisingly, they could combo very well.
Oh yeah, they work very well. I meant more attitude, yeah.
She's the loud, distracting one. He's the silent, sneaky one.
Tale as old as time.
Aizawa's the beauty. Alright. Friday moves by. Still, there was more lecturing to be done, more education to be had. You receive a text late Friday night. It's a group chat. It's the Class 1A group chat. It's just a single location text from Midoriya. It's a live, like, share my location. He's in Tokyo. And there was no word, no message to accompany it. Just a location share. Within moments, the whole group chat blows up, and there are a couple people that are like, is this a butt dial? Did you fat finger? And there are people who are like, hey, what the heck is this? Like, this isn't a joke. Midori doesn't joke like this. And then the people are like, oh my god, what is happening?
She's going to Google the location that he's at for news around that location.
He's in West Tokyo, and you find a live feed at that exact moment that the League of Villains is involved in the region, and there are 4 Nomu deployed.
She's gonna hop up and run to Majestic.
Oh shit, okay. You run to Majestic. He is in his office still preparing your lessons for Saturday, your last day. And as you enter his office in a huff, he looks over you. What's wrong?
I don't know if you heard what's going on in West Tokyo right now.
Yes, there's an active incident.
Yeah, one of my classmates live shared their location and nothing else. And he's someone who usually has a million things to say. So I don't know if there's any way, I don't know how far we are, or if you know someone who's over there who can get there like that, but...
Right. I'm afraid that we're too far to intervene. Even if we left this exact moment, it would still be at least a 40-minute drive.
Do you know anyone in that area immediately who we could get this location to? Because...
Or 40-minute train, my bad. But yeah.
It's just really odd that he...
From what I'm seeing, Endeavor's on the scene. No one is more capable or more efficient than him. But I will reach out. Thank you for sharing this with me. I'm sure your classmate will be all right.
I hope so.
Fantastic. Friday night comes and goes, and the group chat still blows up as people are just like, every couple minutes someone's like, hey, any news? Hey, any news? Anyone hear anything? And people are like posting news articles and posting live news feeds, and then there are people just adding Midoriya. They're like, Midoriya, what's happening? Are you okay? And then at one point, Uraraka calls in, and she just says, Ida's there too. And then it's just a whole new wave of like panic and concern. And like none of your friends who are responding in the group chat right now are close enough or able to go help.
Yeah.
Even though everyone kind of feels that need to. There are some words of comfort and some reassuring moments of camaraderie.
She would have the next day asked Majestic, do you have any news on anything? We still haven't heard from that student.
Saturday morning comes.
Another one who was in that same area.
Saturday morning comes and you ask Majestic immediately, and he tells you, do not worry, I've already contacted your principal, and I've contacted several of the heroes involved in the incident in Hosu. From what I've heard, all of your classmates should be alright. Otherwise, we would have sent you home already.
Thank you. And she'll send it to the group chat so that Majestic got in contact. Everyone's okay.
Several other people have similar ideas or similar news to share. Yeah. She'll be like, hey, it should be fine. They're not texting back. They probably don't have their phones. And Majestic, after breakfast, asks you, do you feel alright continuing in our lessons today? I know you were concerned for your friends.
I feel better now. Like you said that they're okay. Still a little frazzled, but I think we'll be good to go.
let's get to it. And he takes you just back to the meeting room again, and he puts on that fucking PowerPoint, and you guys keep blasting through it. Halfway through the day, after you guys stop for lunch, he tells you there will be another pro hero coming by my agency. I reached out to some allies that I have in Tokyo proper, and most of them were unable to get me information on the situation, but one in particular, upon learning that I had a student under my care, wanted to come and meet you. Is that acceptable to you?
Absolutely, sir.
All right. An hour or two passes, and you guys are just still about the agency, and he's still instructing you on some of the specifics of being a hero. You guys are still talking about working with other heroes in coordination. And his assistant comes in the room and informs you that the pro hero named Dynamo has arrived. Fun. Majestic excuses himself and he says, "You are welcome to join me in the foyer."
Sure, follow.
You go out to the large room at the front of the building, and there is a woman. She is tall. She's beautiful. She is
Grace.
beauty and grace. She will punch you in the face. Yeah, she's just wearing like an armored white, just like body piece that ends just midway up the thigh, and she has like these long boots that go up to almost meet her pants as well. She has these kind of metal gauntleted coverings over her forearms, and she's wearing this kind of like visor that looks kind of like sunglasses, but the shape is funny and weird. Her hair is a bright electric yellow and is in a long, beautiful braid that goes all the way down to her knees. You see there is a metal object affixed at the end of it that looks like a diode or some kind of electrical component for channeling energy. And at the front of her hair, there is a streak of 3 long black lightning bolts. Majestic welcomes her in, and he introduces you. Ito, excuse me, Aperture, this is Pro Hero Dynamo. She is an electric type hero from Saitama Prefecture. I contacted her last night in my concern for your classmates. When she learned that you were here, she was very excited to come meet you. She said that there might be a thing or two that she could help teach you. And seeing as we are in the informative portion of your stay here, I figured it wouldn't be wrong to have another teacher for your lecture.
Love to learn.
And the woman just kind of looks at you. So, you're from class 1A.
Makes sense, motive.
Absolutely.
I think this is Kaminari's mom.
Absolutely.
24.
Yeah. Yeah. You get the same energy from her, literally.
She smells. I am. Yes.
I saw your performance at the sports festival. Truly marvelous.
Thank you. It was a great day.
For some.
For some.
Still. I am glad that you chose to come here. Majestic, he's an interesting guy, isn't he?
He's fun.
Yeah, he's fun. Never leaves the office, though. Always patrolling the city and coming back to the office. When are we gonna go out for? And he's just like, he just looks at her. We're going back upstairs. And he just leaves. And I'm just teasing. Mostly. So, tell me, how's the school year been at 1A?
It's been great. Kaminari keeps her phones charged.
That's my boy. Of course, I'm sure you noticed the resemblance immediately.
A little bit.
He takes nothing after his father.
He's a great kid. A great friend.
He's a good kid. He tries his best. We're not here to talk about him. We're here to talk about you. If I wanted to talk about my son, I'd have taken him to my agency. Come on. And she takes you upstairs with Majestic. You guys keep going over the presentation, but they actually talk about a team up that they've done in the past. Gunma and Saitama are relatively close. I mean, I think they're like literally neighboring prefectures. And she works in this region. She works down in Tokyo extensively. Works all over the area. They've worked together before. They show you some footage, and they talk about some encounters and some particularly noteworthy or memorable events. It's a good night. It's a good night. Before the end, Majestic tells you you're scheduled to leave around noon tomorrow. So I wanted to ask you, would you like to step back into the training room one more time?
Yes, I would.
Good. I'm not here to police you and tell you how long you're allowed to stay up. I know that I have spent many a restless night down in the gym training. Feel free to the facilities. Just don't be too loud. My assistant's overworked this week.
That's fair.
I'll be up here in the study. Excellent work this week, Aperture.
Thank you. It is an honor to be here.
You go back downstairs. Are you going into the ballroom, or are you going to try doing shit with your quirk again?
No, we're going to the ballroom, and
Fuck yeah.
gonna try to move the portal there.
Mm-hmm.
The idea is letting go and letting instinct take over.
Mm-hmm.
And like, she's like, okay, I think that I have these preconceived notions of how these work, but if I can let it go and just let the instinct happen, that it doesn't have time for the bias to kick in.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get it to move faster.
Absolutely. Cool. Roll a will saving throw.
With the D4 penalty or not?
The D4 penalty.
3. Oh. 3.
3 total.
Yeah.
That's alright. When you get in there, I need you to roll a dexterity check.
17.
17. Alright. You get in there. You're dodging at first. It's your instinct. And you kind of like, ugh. You shake it off and you try to just feel not just the direction of the attacks and not just the motion of your body as it reflexively dodges these many projectiles coming from many directions. But you just try to feel it as you snap your fingers and you start creating portals, and most of them are static and they're just redirecting balls around the room. And they do not stay long. But towards the end, you snap your fingers and a portal starts to move. It's not fast enough to block attacks, and you actually expose yourself and take several hits that you otherwise could not have. But in that moment, you're just standing there, and you control it as you snap your fingers, and it starts to move, and like it blocks half of the balls coming at you just directionally. It's not very quick, but as they're just being pelted at you from different directions, it just blocks them, and it moves to your left, and it blocks more of them. And you take a couple shots from behind, you're just like, getting hit with tennis balls at top speed. But it was worth it. It was worth that moment of exposure because you were right. It did work. You're not moving it very fast. And it's taking a lot of concentration to do it. But it's possible.
Okay.
It'll take longer for you to be able to start riding that abrasive force around. And it's not the most necessary thing because you can just make portals.
Yeah.
But you're moving it. You're doing it, Peter.
Awesome.
The night comes to an end. It was long. Sunday morning, the train. You are expected at the station at noon to return to UA It will be early afternoon, and the next day you'll be back in classes as normal. But still, Sunday morning. Some of your friends text and check in. Mina sends you a text at one point. She's just in her hero costume with a relatively just nondescript background, but it's just like a selfie of her, and she's just beaming, fucking fingers up, that huge smile and those just evil fucking raccoon eyes, dude. That girl's chaos. Get a couple texts. Uraraka checks in. She feels great. She's still worried about Deku, but she feels great. Kirishima, he sends a text, and it's just like, hey, I'm feeling super great, super manly. Fourth kind has taught me a lot. I hope you're having a good time on your end.
She'll just respond, Collins, great week, learned so much, yada yada. To Mina, she'll be like, broken arm. Oh, and Mina's like, oh my god. He's like, no, it's not mine, don't worry.
Kirishima's text is just like, it's a selfie of like him next to Tetsu, and they're both like, it's like one arm kind of thing with Tetsu, and Kirishima's just like, yeah,
Cute.
And you see fourth kind in the background with all four of his arms crossed, and he's just looking at them like. And Majestic takes you to the train station. He just tells you, you've made great progress this week, Aperture. I'm proud of you. I'm proud that you chose to come to my agency of all of the many options I'm sure you were listed. And I'm proud that while you were here, you were willing to listen to what little advice and value I had to contribute. And that maybe it might have helped reshape how you view yourself and your power. Usually it's very cliche to tell people you can do anything. The sky's the limit. To tell them that there are unlimited possibilities. But there really are when you have a power within your own body that can manipulate space and time. I hope you master it one day, and that I can look on the TV and see you there.
Thank you for having the patience to teach me this week.
He bows to you, just takes his hat. When the time comes that you will have more internships and more opportunities to work and study under pros, you are always welcome back at the Majestic Agency.
I look forward to it.
But still, don't be too afraid to broaden your horizons. It's a great big world out there with a great many heroes. They'll all have something to teach you. Just don't forget. He summons a floating disc, and as you board the train, he waves goodbye and he floats away. Anything you wanted to say to him?
Everybody?
Okay. There was one other thing while you were in town that would have happened early Sunday morning. But Kaminari's mom definitely got a selfie. Dynamo! Pro hero. It's not canon, but she's one of my OCs because she was a background character who appeared in Heroes Rising, the second My Hero movie. And goddamn, her entire character design was extremely evocative of Kaminari's. And we know he is canonically from a rich background. I made the leap.
Yeah.
So, you got a picture with another pro hero. You narrowly dodged the paparazzi Thursday night, so you will not be on the TV, thank God. And having protected a few civilians, defeated a few villains, mingled with a strange creature, or a strange person whom you've yet to identify. It was quite an eventful week of learning and training, and you begin to head home. Thank you for playing tonight. I hope you had fun.
Oh yeah.
character is at this point beginning to develop their quirk. You are now capable of, with concentration, moving your portals at 15 feet per round.
Damn. Okay.
Half your move speed, but it requires a concentration check.
Makes sense.
And of course, while you're concentrating, that means if you take any damage, you have to roll again. And every round that you do it, it becomes a little more difficult. But you can do it.
Okay.
15 feet. It's barely 4 meters.
Yeah.
But it's progress.
It's possible.
Majestic made the same strides at the same age, but he did not have mentors who were there to walk with him the whole way of the journey. You made a good choice.
I think so.
And now, after 2.5 long hours, three long hours of me just talking at you in character and you making rolls. Thank you for participating, Adriana. You are welcome to hang around and watch as Wyatt does his thing too. You guys come in separate vehicles though, right? So.
Yeah.
And if you don't mind, letting Wyatt take that seat, stepping in the office, changing the player card. We're going to transition. We're going to do Walker's internship with Triage. It's going to be a good time.
I leave this in case you end up meeting it. You probably will. The charger? Oh, sorry. I was
I need my dice.
Yeah. Oh, you're up.
I need my rolling die.
Yeah, here. I got you.
Wait, I need things.
I'm just gonna move it over here so I can crack it up.
You know?
I'll probably stick around.
Check. Cat's fine.
No.
Andrew was working on stuff, so I kept him kind of up. Max and I removing him now.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Alright, I'm gonna flip the card over.
Thank you.
Of course.
Hey, thanks for sitting in with us, stream. It's been a good stream. It's going to be a long one. We're going to probably be going till about 10, at most 10:30.
That's fine. I ain't got to get burdened now. How are you, friend?
I'm doing all right, but after all this is done, I'm going to need to go get some food.
Fair. I feel that. It was an extremely tasking day at work, but I'm very excited.
Yeah. You want to go get something after this?
Depending what time we get done.
Yeah.
I could be persuaded, probably.
Yeah. I'm not trying to like go out and stay late, but I mean just like go grab something. Just get a drink or something. I don't know.
That's there if you want one.
Well, thanks, Adriana. You're going to be sitting in. Thanks for being such a good audience member, Wyatt. I know so many people who like to watch and like sit in on D&D IRL, but then just like make comments the whole time. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I usually actually absolutely do not like watching or listening to D&D. That's why I don't do Critical Role at all.
Oh, fair.
It just makes me want to play D&D.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'm just a little too dissociative to pay attention to it.
Yeah.
But this was quite enjoyable.
You're fighting for it.
Got him.
I mean, I would hope so. You've been dating me for almost 3 years.
Got him.
You know.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, 2.5.
Have I known you for 3 years?
I think you've known me longer than that.
Well, yeah.
You knew me when I was dating Rachel.
Yeah.
Gering, I think her name is now.
Oh, holy fuck. Don't do that to me. Time abyss.
We're old.
A time abyss opened between me and myself, and I felt its totality for that terrible, singular instant. Charles Walker, roll a d12.
It's only gonna get worse.
I know!
3.
I love that the
Wait a
fan
minute,
is
wait a minute.
blowing the smell of Chris's onions in this room. I'm so here for it.
I gotta do the thing.
Do the thing! There's no duck today. That's
Holy
the only
shit!
tradition
It's a
we get.
2! It's a fucking 2!
It's a
God
2!
Fucking damn it!
It's a 2.
See, but now here's the thing.
No duck.
I'm not rolling below a 16 the rest of the night, and we're good.
Solid. Alright. By the way, I think your tablet's just slightly on screen. Thank you. And you switched the thing?
Yes.
Thank
I'll double
you.
check on Twitch to make sure it's good. But
Well, in the words of Marvin Gaye, let's
Yeah,
get
we're good.
it on.
All right. You do not have nearly so far to travel as the rest of your classmates. That Sunday morning, Aizawa gathers all of you in the terminal at the large train station in Shizuoka. And after instructing all of you to be polite, to be respectful, and not to wear your hero costumes without permission or lose them, and after a brief admonition of Mina Ashido for her lack of verbal decorum,
So does he look at me specifically when he says be polite?
no,
Okay.
he knows you're polite. You all scatter, head to various trains. A couple of you head to various buses instead. Totally obvious to go to the airport. And that leaves you. You have, I think, the least distance to cover amongst anyone.
Yeah.
You are heading to Yamanashi Prefecture, which is literally just northeast. It's neighboring prefecture to Shizuoka. It's between you guys and Tokyo. I think you're literally... No, Jiro is not traveling at all. She's staying in town. But other than her, you are covering the least distance here. No train. You just head to one of the buses, and you get moving. From what you know, Triage doesn't have, like, a base of operations for his agency so much as he's a mobile guy, because he's needed everywhere, and he also works internationally when necessary. But he does have some kind of temporary residence set up in the next prefecture over, which makes it easy for him to travel to UA whenever they call him in for special lessons, like earlier this year. And the bus ride is a long and lonely one. None of your friends with you. You have music, though, and if you ever need to talk to anyone, you could always text them. So you take it. I need a perception check.
Ooh. Remember how earlier you were saying I always roll great?
Yeah, was it a 1?
It's an 8
8 natural,
Yeah.
8 total.
total.
What was the natural?
4. Counting those 4, that makes 4.
Plus 4 perception at level 5. That's pretty great. And by great, I mean that's awful.
I've had worse stats.
Yeah, I know. I remember you had like 11 perception and you were like a level 16, 17 character, right?
Plus 40 intimidate though.
Plus 40 intimidate. I hate that. Well, you take the bus and you get going. You do not notice all the people staring at you every now and then. But you're wearing your UA uniform. It's almost to be expected at this point, seeing as you placed top 8.
He's also tall, blonde, and white.
Yeah.
Doesn't.
I mean, Westerners and Caucasian folk aren't that rare,
That's fair.
especially in this part of Japan with your proximity to Tokyo. There are a lot of Americans in Tokyo and Japan in general. But still, yeah, you do stick out just a little because of that. In a world where people are literally animals, though.
That's also a good point. What's worse, animals or the British?
Animals are white people.
I'll take Shoji. The bus deposits you at a station in Yamanashi Prefecture, and it is not a moment after you step off from the entry that you see him in his white shirt with the kind of like red trim and the gray detailing. He's wearing just like gray combat fatigues, and he has high-laced boots, like combat boots. A great many pouches and bags strewn about on his utility belt, and a couple things strapped to his upper arms. He's a man equipped and ready for the moment, but no weapons, all just medical aid. But still, he looks at you, and you see him immediately, and you feel that piercing gaze as you realize like he is reading you with his quirk right now.
Do you
You're fine.
want me to like one of these?
You're walking towards me, just No. That should be
I
fine.
don't have to take anything off.
Mhm. He's young. His face is kind, but he goes to shake your hand. You'll have to remind me. Do you go by your first name or your last?
Whatever you prefer, really, is fine. I'm not too picky. Charles, Walker's fine.
Walker. All right, Walker. Right this way. It's good to see you again. I was very impressed by your performance at the sports festival, but truth be told, I was going to request you for this initiative whether you performed well or not.
Really?
Yes. You see, I am in regular contact with Recovery Girl, and when she told me your interest in medical sciences and biology, I knew I just had to see if I could get my hands on you for internships.
That's thank you.
Although I would like to clarify, as I explained my quirk to you only once before, I don't have any actual medical capabilities with my quirk.
Currently same. So that puts us on even footing then.
Well, I don't think that's entirely true. And he keeps walking.
I like this guy. He follows him.
You guys get to just like a temporary, it's just a building that he's rented out. It has very basic office space set up in it. And upstairs there are just 3 guest bedrooms. It's just him, you, he has no assistants at the moment. He has no partners or sidekicks, that's not his thing. He is just a traveling emergency aids, first responder and specialist. He is also one of the most competent martial duelists in the entire country of Japan. But that's because of an extremely unique circumstance, and that's all right. He shows you around the entirety. Unfortunately, we don't have any of the proper facilities, so if we want to go out and get food, we're going to have to go out for it. But, I mean, there's plenty of good stuff to eat in this area anyway.
I'm not picky. Whatever we need to do is fine.
Good. Dinner's on my budget. And, well, we're going to have to just deposit your things here and hope and pray that we don't get called out. Because if we get called to the service, we're going to have to pick everything up and leave at a moment's notice.
That's okay.
All right. I brought you here, Walker. I summoned you for your internship, not to train you physically or to impress upon you my extensive knowledge of villain suppression and combat. I brought you here because I see an opportunity for you to learn more about yourself. And I'd like to help you learn if I can.
Just kind of.
If I need to slow down at any point, or just if you need a moment to stop.
I'm just really bad at being social, so that's just me. You're fine.
All right. How do you handle interacting with Mr. Aizawa?
He yells at me to stop teaching my classmates British words, and I apologize.
I mean, other than problematic incidents.
I mean, he's great. He's a great teacher.
All right.
He's a little surly, but I mean, I suppose I am, so.
Things don't need to be very formal here, but if it helps you feel at ease, you don't have to think of this as socializing. This is, at the end of the day, business.
Less formal and just business is good. I can do that.
All right? Then I'll try to keep up. At the very least, we're going to need a demonstration. I've been told that you were using your quirk with plants.
Yeah, so it only works on organic matter. It has to have, as far as I know, it has to have DNA to rewrite for it to work.
Would it work on the formerly organic? There are some compounds in the world that still have traceable DNA in their
Theoretically, yes.
fossilized state.
I don't see why it wouldn't. I don't know if it'd be quite like a Jurassic Park thing, but yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't.
No, we're not pulling mosquitoes from amber. Basic woods wouldn't do it, but I'm sure I can procure something for you to test your powers on.
I'm a menace to the local flower shop, so
That's what I've heard.
also by this point probably one of their stockholders.
You might as well be.
Yeah, if you've got something, I'll give it a go.
All right. And he does more of the same. He brings in a bunch of different flowers and a bunch of different plants. They're all potted and various things. A lot of them are just like in those plastic, black.
He bought succulents at Target.
Yeah, but also he brought lots of other things, larger plants as well. Brought you just about all the living things you could want that don't move around and squeal. So.
Yeah, I can't exactly test it on people, can I?
Well, with proper lab clearance, I'm sure one day you could test it on some form of live subject, whether it be the creation of a quirk or various things like rats But that's not for us to worry about today. I don't have access to those kinds of resources.
This will do beautifully.
All right.
Do you want me to? I can do two things really. Quick question. Without thinking about it, I cuss a lot. Do you want me to like be chill, or am I just okay?
Whatever you're most comfortable with.
Do you want me to? I can do one of two things with this plant currently. I can for sure ruin its day, or I can try and not.
At your basic state, your quirk results in cellular degeneracy, right?
Rapid cellular unwinding, similar to extreme acute radiation sickness.
Is that a form of necrosis?
I think so. As far as I know, there's nothing left to degrade because it just unwinds at a cellular level. Based on what the doctors told me back home, it recodes DNA.
Well, if it can recode DNA in a destructive capacity, I'm sure with enough time and training, you could rewire it to code DNA in a productive capacity.
Theoretically, I suppose so. I guess I'll. Do you have like a pocket knife where I can just Aaron Yeager myself? Either way's fine.
Oh. Yeah. He gets out a syringe. You would permit me.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool.
Also,
It's not even like a full syringe. It's like one of those little things you use for fucking insulin tests. You know, you just pricks you with it, get some of your blood and material, and at that point, you just want me to apply it directly to the plant.
Yep, just
The stem or the petals.
Either one. It'll get where it needs to go pretty quick.
Motherfuckers, you guys plug your blood into that plant, and it immediately just turns to dust. Oh, it's horrifying.
Yeah, so it does that fine.
Yeah, it takes like 2 seconds to wilt fully, and then just crumbles. Well, that was rapid.
Yeah, it got me kicked out of grade school even faster.
Oh, you're serious?
Oh no, I found out about my quirk when I was I was 13. Yeah, 13. I was being a dumb kid with my best friend, and we did a blood handshake behind the school, and it turned on. It was not good.
Your friend lived?
Yeah.
I would assume as much.
Doesn't play the drums anymore, but doesn't talk to me anymore either. I don't know that I can blame him or anything. I kind of ruined his life, but it's
It's a dangerous world, Walker. These are dangerous times. Never before in human history have things been so chaotic, yet so liberating. We can't control the powers that we're born with, but we can make the best of them. I want to help you make the best of yours.
That would be amazing.
And let's try the experiment again. But this time, if you can, whatever limited success you're finding at home, try to replicate that and see if we can help this flower, even for a few moments.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Two.
Cool.
Let's see. Skill check, medicine check. We were
Absolutely.
doing a constitution check.
Constitution check.
17 plus 5.
Holy shit.
22. Doing it right now, not that. 22.
The first experiment, you do it again, and the flower just like wilts and dies immediately. But you see Triage, he is just staring at it intently. What is going through your head when you do that?
I think on, but then instead of just thinking on, try and think heal.
Okay. Concentrate on that. Focus that energy. Focus that willpower. I'll see what I can do to help. And you guys repeat the experiment a third time that night. I need you to roll a concentration check. It's d20 plus your level plus your constitution.
25.
You focus on it as you guys go find a flower that's like already wilting. You give it the sample, and it's just like starts to degrade, and several petals fall off like within a moment. And you kind of just like kick your brain into gear, and you start really focusing on it. And a little color comes into it, and a little more vibrancy, and it stands up a little straighter, and it doesn't recover those petals that just fell off. But the two remaining on it, the crumpled, browning edges, kind of restore themselves as a breath of vitality spreads through the plant for a moment. And then you see it starts to like curl in on itself and crumple again, not wilting, but instead just dying. And in that moment, Triage just like hand on your shoulder, just stop. Yeah. And you just stop. Very good. And in that moment, you just stop concentrating on it at all. And the flower is pristine for a few seconds. And you see what looks like it's beginning to like grow and like regenerate parts of itself. Like small pieces, like small bits of the petals that already just molted off of it are starting to kind of like grow out from the stem. And then the whole thing turns to dust and just crumbles again.
And that's what usually happens.
I was reading the vital statistics of the flower in that moment. I can do that just in case you forgot. There is a threshold, there is a tipping point where it becomes too much of a good thing. But you're doing it. You're hitting the mark because it is a good thing. There is a process in there that you are invigorating, that is stimulating for the plant. It is healing.
So past the threshold, it's almost becoming like an autoimmune thing.
It
maybe
becomes a cancerous waste.
Oh.
It's growing beyond the bounds of its existing nutrients.
Okay. I think that makes sense. That also just effectively says, great, I can give things cancer.
Well, I don't think that was ever in question.
That was also a joke, I'm sorry.
keep working at this.
Sure. Yeah.
But I would like to clarify, whatever you've just activated in that plant, that was a positive reaction. It was just a feedback loop is all. If we could cut the loop, you could have controlled cellular regeneration at your fingertips.
That would be a very, very nice development.
All right. I think if we're going to keep this up, though, you're going to need to eat. And you're going to need to eat well. Because it's your material that you're feeding into the plant that's giving it the nutrients and the energy it needs to sustain its increased metabolism.
Yes, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, no blood plasma, no quirk activation.
Good. Then tomorrow morning, we're officially going to start the real trials. We'll see what we can make of your quirk. Yes?
That sounds amazing. Thank you.
Come on. And he takes you out of the city. You don't like stop to eat somewhere, you know. He just like takes you and you guys pick up something at a drive-through.
There's lots of people, right? It's like Sunday night in like Japan.
Yeah.
He's fucking antsy, but he's okay.
Classic. Alright. You get whatever you want here in the city, you know. He's not hurting for money or anything. Triage. He gets paid a good bit.
Walker eats like a big British dude.
Okay. And you eat. And the next day, it begins. If at any point you want to ask him any question, you want to talk to him about anything at all, or like you want to stop and text any of your friends, do it. But otherwise, this is just going to be 6 days of intensive experimentation, and then there'll be a little bit of patrolling involved.
Sweet, yeah. He's got no interest in his phone right now.
Alright.
He does have one question. He's gonna so how do you handle crowds?
I smile and I wave and I keep moving. I don't let them bog me down.
But I mean, like if you're in a medical situation or something, and there's, I don't know if you've noticed, I don't do great in crowds. I'm trying to work on that, but I get
You have a great deal of anxiety.
He's really just scratching. Yeah.
Well, if we're being entirely honest, I don't always handle crowds as well as I should. In a medical situation, of course, that's when the instincts kick in and it's all professional. You have to make sure that they are not crowding too close together, that they are far from any situation that might cause harm to themselves or others. All standard. But if I'm in a crowd situation where I don't quite feel safe, there's a great deal of my quirk reading people. And even if I do not detect any threats or any hostile intent, I still do my best to remove myself from the situation as quickly as possible. Again, smile, wave, I say hello to the people, I assure them that as a hero, I'm patrolling and doing my job to protect them. But I do not engage. Not the way that some other heroes do, like the number 3.
Remind me who that was again.
Hawks.
Okay, thank
He's
you.
very popular with the young people.
Red Wings, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Fierce.
The hero rankings and stuff. I'm learning all that.
Yes, I'm at least vaguely aware that there's not nearly so much pomp and circumstance where you're from.
The public opinion of heroes is also not as positive.
And what do you think?
I don't know yet. I grew up in that situation where seeing literal superheroes while being, to put it frankly, a shit poor kid who didn't really come from or have much, it kind of just seemed like a different world.
For some, it is precisely that. A disingenuous facade. Some prefer to play at heroism. But they would never really open their hands or their hearts to people who need them if there weren't some measure of glamour or glory in it.
Yeah, I struggle with that a lot, to be honest with you. There's something about a lot of this, it doesn't seem real.
It's very real. But it doesn't mean it's not bizarre.
No, I mean, not what I mean. I mean, by real, I mean it, like, people being real.
Oh, yes. Being honest.
Yeah, I struggle with people.
What you'll come to find as you stay here in this country, Walker, is that the Japanese people need something to hang their hopes on. This country has been through a great deal of turmoil in the last century. Been through wars that shook our very foundations. We've been through periods of great reform that were followed up by the single greatest anthropological crisis in the last 2,000 years.
The hero thing started in Japan, right?
No.
No? Okay.
Heroes started in Rhode Island in America.
Okay.
Japan was just the second country to pick it up.
Okay.
Mostly because, you know, how Japan and America, hand in hand. If you have it in yourself to believe, I don't know what percentage of heroes are really in it to help people, and what percentage of them are there to help themselves, to make a quick buck. It's not an easy job, and it's not something that anyone could just start working at to get rich quick. But I'd like to believe a good deal of my contemporaries are good people, and that at the end of the day, no matter the bureaucracies and the complexities of their dangerous work, they really do want to save lives. I know that I do, and I hope you feel that way, but you don't have to.
I guess I'm being weirdly open right off the box. I just want to be just like my dad, really.
If it's not intrusive, what does your father do?
He's a medical doctor in Stoke-on-Trent. Him and my mom, they operate a low-income clinic.
And their quirks, are they like yours?
Not at all. My dad is just fairly standard healing quirk, and my mom's is similar.
They have nothing to do with genetic resequencing?
As far as we've looked back, we don't know where my quirk came from.
Mutations, they're rare, but they're not unheard of. Still, many mutations that I'm aware of, they sprung up with no relation to their family's quirks whatsoever. Yours, at the very least, is still in the same vein. If your family all have healing quirks, it stands to reason, though yours is capable of destruction, that you can heal with it. And we've seen it firsthand. You and I.
That's what I'm hoping for.
And you are capable of healing yourself with it, yes?
Yeah, pretty much. Limitlessly, actually. Like my friend has quite literally stabbed me a few times and it was fine.
I wouldn't encourage that behavior.
Yeah.
Even for scientific pursuits.
I definitely got in trouble for it.
Good. Then I'm afraid the issue does not lie with the means of delivery so much as the means by which you focus your intent. We'll work on that. Let's go get lunch. And Monday rolls on by. Monday evening comes and goes, and you are welcome to roll another check to test your quirk.
Sure. Okay. 19.
Jesus, your rolls are fire right now.
It's not gonna last.
You guys keep going. The plants remain stable for longer periods, ranging from 2 seconds at the beginning to like 5 towards the end.
He has an idea.
Mm-hmm.
At one point. I think I've got something. You kind of put the idea in my brain this morning. This is gonna sound weird, can I cut myself some before trying it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you have just like a pocket knife, a sharp piece of tin?
Yeah, he gets a medical knife. Yeah.
Just kind of. Okay. Like enough to take damage.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want me to roll that, that's.
No.
Okay.
Because I know it's gonna happen.
Okay.
So.
And he does it on the plant and is like, okay. And he heals himself.
You just put it on the plant.
Mm-hmm. But then puts the blood on the plant and then he heals himself with his quirk on the plant.
Your arm seals itself. The blood on the plant just dissipates after a few moments. Wait. I think you're onto something.
Yeah, my thought was if it's...
And he goes and gets another one of the samples that you've already procured. Let's try that again. Yeah, you've cut your arm just a little bit. Don't start just yet. That must hurt.
Yeah.
And he injects the plant. He says, now. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Roll that check.
Oh.
Yeah?
Oh, there it goes. 15.
You're stabilizing the period that the plants were degenerate before.
Mm-hmm.
This time, it just goes. Like your arm just seals itself up, and the plant just starts just repairing, like immediately. Just immediately.
Oh. Fuck. Oh, shit, sorry. Shit, fuck. Sorry.
Well, that'll do it right there. You see? I think you were right.
Okay.
You were just thinking of the samples that you were transmitting to foreign bodies as somehow not a part of you, somehow separate, a thing you were to manipulate, but it was just an extension of yourself.
That got a lot more Buddhist than I was intending it to, but I see where you're coming from. That was sorry.
No. Sorry.
Okay, that's something. That's a lot of something. What do I do now?
Well, we keep testing and see if we've opened the door or if we've just stuck our foot in it.
Okay. Okay, let's try it again without the Cannibal Corpse concert.
Corpse concert. Sorry, just without?
Yeah, without cutting himself.
Yeah.
I'm making a joke about grindcore fans. I see you fuckers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do it again. He injects the plant, and you just concentrate.
Same.
Nothing, man. It kills that fucking plant. I mean, like, it heals it. It does the regeneration thing, and then it overpowers it, and the plant breaks down. Too much stress in its own, like, chemical bonds.
Mm-hmm.
There's creative energy, and there's no fuel to fuel it, so it just eats the plant. But that's fine. Didn't work that time.
Okay, I guess another control, and I'll cut myself again.
Right, yeah. I have a question before we continue.
Yeah, sure.
It's getting pretty late, so we might want to postpone the next round of experiments till tomorrow morning, but we'll do one more. Have you ever spoken to the staff member named Vlad King?
Oh, the big scary dude with sharp teeth.
Yes,
and
he's the red uniform and the tusks.
No, I haven't talked to him much. I've seen him, but I haven't spoken to him.
Incredible. I think you should. I think you should really consider it. His quirk is entirely reliant on his own blood.
Oh, that would have been nice to have figured out.
He's able to manipulate it with extreme precision, including when it has left his body.
Okay. Okay. I will make that a point to.
Good. Once you've done that, I'd love to hear what the results may be. I know that you are undertaking your own experiments at home with recovery girls' supervision, but if he is able to give you any more insights than I know a great deal about the medical sciences, but mechanically, his quirk is more similar to your own. I'm sure there's more he can teach you.
Thank you. That's a great resource. I'll look into that.
Of course.
I guess we should probably call it a night.
One more.
Okay.
You wanted to.
With or without.
What do you think?
Okay. Nope. I can do this. I can do this.
Yeah.
Come on, Charles. You can do it.
What are you doing? Like, I'm asking.
I'm just thinking.
Okay.
Can I try something? He takes his phone and his
That
headphones.
depends.
Takes his phone and his headphones out. Can I?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
He puts on like his favorite album. He's like, okay. And he does it again.
Yeah. Roll it.
17.
17. You do it again. You don't injure yourself at all. You just concentrate on the planet.
Just straight Constitution, not heal check, right?
Constitution, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 17.
Concentrate on the planet. Yet again, you maintain stability for just over 10 seconds with the plant. And you just like, whew. And then the plant bursts and starts devouring itself.
Okay, that was better. That's 10 seconds.
Incredible. Sleep on that. That's... So it's not just about your perception of how the quirk works. I believe it may also be about your state of mind. Your emotional state.
Oh boy.
Yes, you're starting to see some of my concerns here. As you've told me, you're
Full of
an
anxiety?
anxious person in a foreign land, surrounded by people who are very different from you.
That explains a lot, actually. I'm gonna think about that.
I have a great deal I'd like to talk to you about tomorrow. Sleep on it. Tomorrow morning we'll resume our experiments. Wednesday night. Yes. Wednesday night. We're going to try something new. We're going back to Musatafu. We're going back to UA.
Okay. Yes, sir.
You approve of this plan?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
All right.
Yeah, whatever you think, I'm up to try anything.
Okay. Then we're doing it. Get some sleep.
Yes, sir.
And he leaves you to it.
Goes to bed.
Yeah.
Like most excited he's been since he left England.
Fuck yeah! Fantastic. You get texts every now and then over the course of those first 3 days, Sunday through Tuesday. Get texts. It is a bunch of your friends. They're just checking in, being like, hey, look at this. I'm having a great time. I'm learning a lot. How are you?
replying, usual.
You see a picture from Toru. You can't tell if it's a selfie or not. You wouldn't know. She's in her hero costume. You just see a single glove. But you see, like, behind her, there is a man. He is in just, like, green and kind of like this. It's like green and then a very earthy, kind of brownish orange faded color. He's just like in this full body suit, and he's covered in fucking rectangular mirrors. Just like all over his torso, on his shoulders, forearms, backs of the palms, fucking everywhere. Just reflective, blinding body.
Oh, that's Reflector.
Yeah, Reflector's cool.
Holy shit, I remember the hero.
Hey!
And that's a Wyatt thing.
Oh, wrong camera.
Oh.
Yeah, you're with this camera today. That one is currently displaying a card with a picture of your character and some details about him.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Thanks for streaming. Thanks for checking in on the stream, guys. Seriously, it's been great. It's a long session, but I'm having fun. I hope you're all having fun. And there's no way for me to interact with chat right now, so I'm just saying hi.
Yeah, same.
Tuesday, midday. He asks you, so, we've done a great deal of experimenting with your quirk, and we'll resume tonight, but I have to ask, do you have any questions for me? I'm here so concerned with helping you develop this incredibly interesting facet of yourself, but I'm sure there's something I can answer.
God, I've got... Honestly, I almost sent you an email after you did that seminar at UA that was about this fucking long.
This long in like smartphone terms or like desktop terms?
On my phone. Yeah.
All right.
You're my favorite hero, so.
Thank you.
But don't tell my friends I have a favorite hero.
No, I wouldn't dream of it.
How do you handle your anxiety? Because I really don't.
To be perfectly honest, it's hard. I don't handle it as well as I probably should. I suppress it. I push it aside. Because I know that there are people who are more afraid than I am. I know there are people at those very moments who need me. So,
hang on one second.
do you need to take that?
My brother never calls me, so I just gotta make
Hey,
sure
no,
it's all
that's
good.
okay. That's okay. We'll come back.
Hey, what's up?
Adrian.
Oh, yeah, as long as the doors are closed, that's fine. Let me just double check. Hey, can they let screw tape out just to hang out if they're there watching? Yeah, that's all good. Cool. Cheers.
Okay.
Wow, that's easy.
Hey. Okay, I was worried that was gonna be a long. I was like,
No.
oh, I'll take a break.
You just want to play with the cat.
Understandable.
New cat. That is something you do need to call about. Yeah. Is it cat friendly?
Okay, cats.
Very.
I need to meet your cat.
You do. He's also a little fucking monster.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
We give him up for a demon, so.
Anyways.
But yeah, he just tells you it's not the healthiest way to handle it. Just ignoring it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's worked for me this far, I guess.
It won't work for you forever.
Yeah, that's...
In my college years, I did seek counseling about it. It's terrible, really. I can look at anyone and know immediately what is wrong with them. Whether it is physical, mental, emotional. I know everything about them. All it takes is a glance. But I cannot do that to myself. No amount of staring at my hands and feet or gazing into a mirror. Nothing. I think that's kind of part of who I am. Our quirks are they're an extremely pivotal facet of our biology and our psychology. Our quirks directly influence the choices we make subconsciously because they are a part of our persons that yearn to be used. So, I am driven towards reckless selflessness because I cannot help myself, but I can help others. What about you?
I just lock up and pretend it doesn't bother me.
That is the fear.
And there's a lot of things that just because of, I guess, who I am and where I'm from that don't bother me that should, and because they don't bother me, they bother me more. Like the whole I'm sure you saw on the news, the whole USJ attacks and everything that traumatized most of my classmates, and I mean understandably so. It was fucking strenuous, but I just feel just numb.
We don't have to continue this conversation.
No, it's okay. I should talk about it at some point, I guess.
All right. Although I will warn you, I am not a licensed psychiatrist.
Neither is my actual psychiatrist.
That is disheartening.
That's a joke. I don't have a psych. Anyways, yeah, I just lock up.
Did you come to UA by choice, Walker?
No, I didn't.
I didn't think so. You hardly seemed the type.
I wanted to go to Leeds in London.
On a technical level, while I'm not encouraging you to consider it, no one should be held somewhere that they do not want to be against their will. If you didn't want to attend UA, there are provisions that you could return home.
I know.
Parents do not have ultimate control over your life, though you are still their child.
No, I've thought about it a lot recently, especially after talking to one of my classmates I'm pretty good friends with. It's the things that I think I want to do and the things that I ultimately need to become are intertwined in ways that I'm just learning.
Well, whatever it is that you think you need to become, work towards it with everything you have. Never stop. Make room for yourself and the people you care about, but don't even for a moment start to give up. It's terrifying. Really. I dropped out of college twice.
That's weirdly comforting.
Gap years turn into years.
I think more than anything, I'm realizing this might be what I really wanted, even if I didn't know it. I think the things I thought I wanted were just things I wanted to. I don't know.
Well, I'm glad that you're beginning to feel that way. Then, if we are not content to leave UA, you must learn what you are going to do with yourself while you're here. Crowds are a daunting thing, and I cannot help you with that. I am not a psychiatrist. But you need something to focus on. A goal, a dream, some strong desire, something to motivate you. And I'm not just talking about life decisions and healthy living. No, I'm talking about your power. You need something concrete that you can see in the world or in yourself. It doesn't matter. But I need you to find something you can concentrate on that'll help you channel the power in your body. There's a lot of it. In fact, there's too much. So we need to find a way to bottleneck it, Understand?
Yeah, I think I do.
If music helps, then it helps. But something tells me it won't be enough forever.
No, it's what I'm on. That Band-Aid fixes.
Band-Aids are fine for now.
I mean, you would know that. You're in the medical field.
Mm-hmm. But we'll move on to something more permanent. For now. If you have no other questions, we can get back to our experiments. And tomorrow, we'll head back to UA.
Sounds great. Yeah, same deal, I guess, yeah?
Yeah. You guys get going into it. How do you choose to do this?
We're going to start with the usual control of just blowing at the shit.
Okay.
That's his general go-to control.
You just vaporize that fucking plant. In seconds, it deteriorates into an unenviable... Ugh. It's just dust and sap.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
You gotta admit, it'd be a cool metal band at least. Anyways.
Dust and sap? What?
That's stupid.
Oh yes, genetic degeneracy. That's my favorite metal band.
That sounds like a punk band. Let's try it, and I will, I guess, do some self-surgery.
Alright. Make a roll.
Another 17. This dice Adriana got me. He rolled shit for 2 sessions straight. Didn't roll above a 5. No, didn't roll above a 10. But now it's great.
Okay. 17?
Straight gone, yeah.
Yeah. You keep going. You're finding just more results. You are actually able to rapidly repair these plants. And they stay repaired.
How does it work without self-mutilation?
Roll a will saving throw.
A will saving throw, okay. Ooh. Natural 2.
Classic.
I spoke too soon.
Less successfully. You're still able to actually create the regenerative effect, but again, it always devolves and breaks down into just auto-cannibalism. The only times it's ever a sustained, healthy end point for the reaction is when you are self-focusing that power. Is when your character is injured and is activating it with the intent of targeted restoration on themselves. Alright. If at any point this is too damaging to you.
Oh, no, I'm fine.
Right.
It's gotta be something I can. It's gotta be some way correlated to.
I have an idea, but we can't test it till tomorrow when we head back to UA.
I've got one more idea on this, I guess.
Absolutely. Share it.
Just, yep. So he plugs it in, and instead, when he's focusing on the healing aspect, he's going to focus on settling his anxiety as a healing effect.
Okay. Roll a constitution check.
Hey, Daddy's home. 20.
Roll a will save.
Fuck. 21.
Ooh!
Back-to-back 15s.
Back till I stop rapping. Well, Diggy. Give me a second. Yeah. He starts channeling it and controlling it. And you can hear your heart beating in your chest, and you can literally feel your pulse throughout your body in that moment. And then your brain just kind of goes numb. Like just real numb for a couple seconds. Like your eyes glaze over, you just kind of... And he almost stumbles a little bit, and Triage, like, as that is all happening, he's just, wait, hey! And he just, like, runs and, like, grabs you and stops you from, like, stumbling or falling at all. Just... Oh, man, what did you do?
Just gotta
And a couple seconds later, you just kind of... Just like, what? The plant's normal.
Okay.
Your brain's fuzzy.
Did I miss something? I didn't kill it.
No, I wasn't even looking at that. All of, like, the brainwave activity in your head just, like, dropped. I mean, not it wasn't zero, but, I mean, you just dipped.
Oh.
I watched it, like, live.
I just.
You ever seen those scanners?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought about focusing it on my anxiety instead of a physical injury.
Well, I'm reading increased circulation in the brain.
So I guess it.
How do your extremities feel?
Fine. I feel normal. Less anxious than I usually feel. I guess that's nice.
Okay.
I feel pretty good actually.
Oh, that's just a whole nother can of worms, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
You can stand? You're good?
Yeah.
Still feeling lightheaded or anything?
No, I feel fine. Actually, I feel kind of nice.
You've never tried that before?
Not like that. I mean, I've tried breathing and counting to 10, but
Ugh, no. I mean, I don't know if you just stimulated an active chemical, like neurochemical accelerant, or but you just did something with that, and you channeled additional blood flow directly to the cranium.
is that bad?
No. In healthy amounts, that's fine.
I'm not like gonna give myself an aneurysm
No.
or something. Okay.
No, you should be fine. If there were any risk of that, I would be able to see it.
The plant didn't die.
No, the plant didn't. He's like barely paying attention to that at this point. No. We need to go to UA tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you want to wear your hero costume?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like if you're wearing your student uniform, it'll just feel like school, and people will treat you like a student.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
let's do the hero costume.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'll be wearing mine too. You feel alright? I'm just reading unusual activity.
I feel good.
You are a mystery.
That's what my mom says. That's a joke.
Go to bed, Walker.
Yes, sir.
Seriously. Enough experiments for one night. We're driving back out to Shizuoka tomorrow, and we're gonna get to the bottom of this.
Who goes to bed?
Ah, Christ. Hey, nice. Step 1 of status effects? Who knows?
Oh boy.
Who fucking knows? Either way, you just used your quirk to purge a fear effect in your brain, so that's a thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's handy. That's really handy.
Yeah. Who knows if you can do it to other people without giving them an aneurysm? Who knows? Only one way to find out.
It's great if you cure cancer. It's not so great if you kill them of a heart attack.
Yeah.
Good news, his cancer's gone. So is his heart.
So is this...
Hey, look, it says global on the ceiling. Oh, so Dan just stole my lungs.
And just stole my lungs.
Then he goes to bed.
All I'm saying is your guy's liver has to be working overtime, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Your magic blood. It's the
good.
liver, right?
Uh, liver, kidneys,
Kidneys, yeah.
constant filtration.
Pulmonary systems. No, that's something else. Yeah, I'm not a medical expert. That's Triage's job. I just pretend to be him.
What was that look for?
Medical expert.
Hey.
Yeah, I work in.
The man's like, I got a liberal arts degree.
I work in endocrinology.
Christ.
Carry on.
Wednesday morning. You guys,
Wednesday morning, 3 a.m. The hit album by Simon and Garfunkel. Sorry.
It's a later morning start than you would usually get at UA. You know, you're just at the agency. It's nice. He is already up and about downstairs. He is at his desk. He has a tablet up, and he's like watching the news, but he's also just like drinking coffee, and he's going over his paperworks and the like. Morning. How you feel this? How you feel today?
Fine. I'm good. Slept great. Slept better than I have in a while, actually.
All right. I got in contact with a couple of your teachers. We're gonna swing by UA campus. We have a couple experiments to run on the premises, and then we're gonna promptly leave. And we're probably going to spend a good chunk of the rest of our time in Shizuoka anyway, because it's not a bad place for you to do your patrols.
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
Do you want to do a couple more experiments before we leave? We might not be back at the agency.
Yeah, I've got a few more in me.
All right.
Let's skip the control group today. I think we know that works.
You guys spend the entirety of Wednesday doing more experiments. We'll roll for that. So I'm just letting you know your character will then be patrolling Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and then you're back at school on Sunday.
Sweet.
Wild.
Good deal.
Fantastic. I need you to roll another check.
Constitution?
Yeah. What is that?
That's a nat 20.
Oh, Christ. Jesus, man.
You picked a good night to show up, buddy.
Yeah. It's a goodie. Oh,
Not
you feel that breeze coming through?
Yeah.
Mmm.
I'm very clearly not a halfling. I obviously don't have luck feet.
Mm-hmm. Human luck in Pathfinder actually doesn't work that way.
Oh, darn.
And it lets you reroll any one you roll on a saving throw or any 20 an enemy rolls against you. Yeah. But it doesn't let you reroll any die. That would be cool.
Composite 25, but natural 20.
That's 25. You're still just focusing on restoration.
Mhm.
You are at this point becoming extremely stable and proficient in just healing these plants. Are you doing the self-mutilation tactic or not?
Switching between the two.
Switching on and off. Whenever you do, like, it is perfect. Like, the healing stops right when it needs to. The rest of the time, they become extremely stable, and the longest they stay stable is several minutes, but eventually they start to wilt and then rapidly decay.
Okay, I've got one more idea. It's the same way I turn it off when I've used it on somebody, because I can't just leave it on or it'll, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna just try and turn it on and then just turn it off. Just
Yeah.
like light switch on off.
Alright. Do I need to prepare a sample?
Yeah, sure. Let's do no mutilation because that's
I
fine.
hate that. Alright.
Yeah, sorry, it's a little
Mm-hmm.
unsightly.
If you were literally anyone else, this would not be happening. I hope you know that.
Thank you.
Yeah. I find regeneration, like targeted regeneration quirks, difficult enough, but this is a whole other thing.
Yeah. Do you ever seen anything quite like this, or not really?
No,
Okay.
no, not even close. Again, Vlad King is as close as it gets, but he has no capability to interact cellularly with himself or anyone. He just controls his blood.
All right. Light switch. On and off.
Yeah, he fucking sticks the plant and you keep going.
Yeah. He's gonna leave it on for 10 seconds. If it starts regenerating, just okay, off.
Mm-hmm.
Like the same withdraw effect when someone's down, because he has to go turn off.
They decay slightly faster than they regenerate.
Okay.
Slightly.
Okay. Shit. Well, let me try turning it off when I... Well, no, it's just going to kill it in 2 seconds. I'll come back to that. That's an idea.
Alright. I'm gonna have to make another run to the florist.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I actually don't keep flowers around here.
I forget I think in... This is going to sound terrible, but Japanese names are really hard for me. The one lady at the flower shop, she knows me by regular name and order. She's sweet. And I'm pretty sure she just thinks I have 10,000 girlfriends.
Man, that'd be almost as bizarre as whatever all of this is. And he just points at like the room full of dead flowers and shit.
Yeah.
Maybe she thinks you eat them.
Americans eat weird things in their salads, I guess.
Yeah. I can see you being confused for American.
It happens fairly often.
Yeah, you don't open your mouth enough.
Well, until I do, and then I don't stop.
Come on. It's about time anyway. We're gonna drive back out to Mustafa.
He gets his hero costume on anyway.
Cool. You guys jump in the car. You gathered all of your things. There, you didn't bring much anyway. There's a fairly good chance that we won't be back here unless something happens while we're patrolling, in which case we're definitely coming back here. Sorry.
Yeah, police reports. I know.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure you're familiar. Oh, man. You didn't even mean it like that either.
He was dead right, though.
You guys drive back to Shizuoka. It is Wednesday afternoon. School will be ending soon for anyone who remains on campus. You know, all of the non-Hero Course students. When you get there, you are allowed through the front gate, both of you, because he has an entry pass as well as a frequent guest teacher at UA. You guys get through, and when you arrive in the administrative building, you get a couple looks here and there from, there's some students who look at you and they're like, wait, no, we know that guy, kind of thing. But mostly, no one takes much notice or leaves you, or no one comes to bother you. And you walk with Triage through the building until you find the principal.
The bottom half of his face is also covered, so that probably doesn't help with recognition.
Mm-hmm, but the
or
hair.
hurt with recognition. Yeah, the hair.
The principal is waiting in the teacher's lounge. And as soon as the door opens, he just gets up and slowly meanders over. Welcome in, welcome in. Ah, Walker, good to see you again. I hope that you've had a very productive internship.
So far, so good, actually. It's really great.
Triage, you've been taking good care of my disciple. He just kind of looks over you. Your hero costume is... It's a very unique look. Very different from the one you first chose.
I wanted it to be more true to me.
I know that you've been corresponding with young Miss Hatsume from the support studio.
Yeah, she designed the grapple guns for it. So
Truly ingenious, that one.
yeah, she's something.
You should cherish your friendship with her.
She has almost blown me up a few times, but it's a good trade-off.
He brushes that off and he continues. He starts talking to Triage as Triage informs him, like, hey, it's time, I gotta do the thing. And a couple other people enter the room, and Nezu just gets back up on the couch and starts drinking tea. Would anyone like tea?
Maybe later.
Of course. And he waits, and he waits.
This is probably a bad time to ask this, but what are we doing exactly?
Triage. Oh, we're here to test your quirk on a living subject that can handle it.
Oh, fuck.
Don't worry. There is no danger whatsoever. But I needed to know. And besides, we're here to correspond with an old friend. Two teachers enter the room. It's ectoplasm, and it's recovery girl.
Miss Recovery.
She's good to see you again. Good to see you. You look very different in your hero costume.
It's the mask and the makeup and.
No, it's the whole aesthetic. You all look the same in your student uniforms sometimes, and though I can tell all of you apart, you're a different person when you're dressed for yourself. Never approved of uniforms myself anyway. And Nezu,
He fucking loves Recovery Girl.
yeah, and Nezu talks to Recovery Girl, just like, don't undermine the system. And Triage brings ectoplasm over to you, and he nods at you,
He
Curtis.
teaches math.
Math?
Yeah.
And Triage explains, right, Walker, I'm sure you know ectoplasm well. You've been learning math from him all semester, yes?
Yeah.
Well, as you are surely aware, his quirk is able to create doubles.
Oh, I get it now.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So far as I'm aware, they're real living things, and they are, at least in some form, a synthetic replica of himself. They should have blood, they should have all of the necessary human components, but they are extremely fragile. I need you to test your powers on this. If there's even a moment of cellular degeneracy, they will break down and we will know that it was a failure instantly. But if you are able to channel the stream and focus yourself for the duration, well, I guess we'll find out.
Yes, sir.
You guys leave the administrative building and head to a nearby gym, and Recovery Girl is not far behind. There are a couple other students on the other side of the gym, and you see Cementos, and he's creating like cement walls and stuff. And when he sees you, ectoplasm nods at him and kind of creates just a shelter around your area. And Triage gives you the all clear.
Okay. I guess control first.
Absolutely. Without your... Yes. Yeah. Fucking claws, man.
And he's just. Sorry, Mr. Ectoplasm.
The ectoplasm
sir?
clone just... He splits and he creates like 6 more of himself, and they all just like say rather uncomfortably, like together, they're all just, it's fine. Continue with the experiment.
Okay. Do I make an attack roll?
No?
Okay.
They're letting you attack them. That's easy, that's fine.
All right. Control
Just
1.
Stick
Sorry.
them.
He turns it on kill mode.
The ectoplasm clone just breaks down into just white, like, smoke and plasma immediately, and then dissipates in the air. Like, within a second, gone.
Okay, so it works.
And he just creates another one.
I guess it's time for the main attraction. I'm just gonna calm down. Here we go. Turns it on heal.
Roll.
Okay.
Okay. You channel that power for like just a moment, and the clone just breaks down again. That's alright. We can try again. We can try 34. 34 more times.
Okay, here we go.
But wait. Just focus yourself, if you can. If there's anything you can think of, something important to you,
he just quite like under his breath starts like singing the words to Moonage Daydream.
Yeah.
Such a good fucking
Yeah.
song.
Ectoplasm just kind of looks over you, and like you see that horrible, like just massive, like jawed monster's face, just huge, terrible grin.
My man, a David Bowie fan.
He loves karaoke more than anything. When he does karaoke, it increases the limits of his power because it makes him happy.
This is a thing.
Yeah,
This is a
that's
thing.
canonical. That is, Horikoshi wrote that shit.
Turns it on.
Okay. Roll it again.
Better than a 5, please. That's much better than a 5. That's a natural
Oh,
16.
you can take a morale bonus because your teachers are here.
Oh, fuck yeah. What is plus
4?
2? Plus 4? That's going to be 26.
Yo! Yeah, you just start to yell the ectoplasm clone, and the original's looking at it, and it's looking at him, and they're all just looking at you, and the clone just... We feel strange. What are you doing?
Right now, I'm just trying to enhance your cell's general health.
And Triage finally takes his eyes off you and he looks at the ectoplasm clone. I mean, other than the fact that it's extremely frail, this looks and functions like a human body. But whatever you're pumping through it, it's effective. It's not maximally effective, and I think that has something to do with the nature of the duplicate.
Something we could try is we could hurt one of the duplicates and give something to work on, trying to fix.
And ectoplasm opens his mouth wide, and he just sucks the other 5 that you're not testing on actively back into his person. And he just... I can create a larger one. One that should be stronger.
Okay, and then we'll, I guess, damage him.
Acceptable.
Okay.
You finish with the one you're currently testing on, and it's still just like there. It's just standing
Yeah,
there.
okay. I'm gonna turn it off.
Poof. Gone.
Like you called it back, or it disintegrated.
It's gone. It blew up.
Okay.
Proceed. I'm just thinking. That's all.
Okay.
Roll.
Do we need that? Okay.
A larger singular ectoplasm comes out, and it just plods on forward next to you with its fucking peg legs, and just stares at you.
Do we need to damage him first?
Just a moment then, yeah. And yeah, he's just takes his medical knife. He looks at ectoplasm. Ectoplasm just gives him the nod, and he goes and just does a tiny little cut. It's not like blood that comes out though. It is like ectoplasmic just mist and energy. It leaks out of him like a balloon.
Plus 4 for morale.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 14.
Okay. You stick in, and you try to just channel. And you channel. And the creature just kind of looks at you, and after a few moments, it just fades away. I feel like we're on the right track here. And part of the instability might have to do with the fact that we're testing this on a quirk that simulates a human body, but it doesn't actually create one. I mean, I'm fairly certain it has RNA. It has all of the necessary organic components, but they're just made of energy, not real flesh.
Right.
Still, it seems to be working.
I suppose the next step would be something that doesn't instantly evaporate. But that's living human subjects, and that's yeah. OSHA and HIPAA both might have something to say about that.
Let me see what I can do. I'm not saying I'm going to bring you a person who will volunteer for this, but
That sounds awfully George Bush anyway.
yeah. But there are means. There are people that can create more complete duplicates of their quirks, or of their persons, and there are people that can split themselves down or create living extensions. Surely there's got to be someone who creates a flesh and bone recreation of their person.
Oh no. I know just the person. Mr. Triage, how am I going to tell my class representative I want to practice melting his fake bodies he generates on his supply?
No, we're not going to do it with one of your fellow students. If we do it, we're going to have to find an adult. We're going to have to find a volunteer. More importantly, we're going to have to find someone who has all of the medical access and all of the medical clearance to be a donor.
Can I try it on the ectoplasm clone again?
Oh, yeah. Go nuts, ectoplasm, and he just nods and he lets you keep going.
Yeah, same deal with the pre-existing cut.
Mm-hmm. Spend the rest of the afternoon doing that. One more roll.
A 5. A 5. Okay. Thank you. That's not a 5. 24.
You just keep channeling energy into it. And ectoplasm, like the man, tells you, I can only make several more of these clones. The large ones that can sustain damage.
That's okay. I think I'm about out of juice for the afternoon.
Alright. And as he tells you that, you're still just channeling power into this large clone. And you watch like the small seam in it that is leaking energy just close.
Oh shit. Okay, it worked. Okay, now how do I turn it off without hurting this?
Stop. What did you do yesterday?
When?
When you're...
Okay. I can do that. And I'll direct it back to his anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
Try and
Yeah,
kill
as you
his-
just center all of your fucking blood's power on your central nervous system. Classic. Roll a will saving throw.
14.
Hey, I was relying on you to fail there. Thanks.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, your brain just goes fuzzy. You feel like hands on your shoulders, and the ectoplasm clone still just stands in front of you, and just faintly in the background of your brain, you just hear it. And then you're just gonna, your brain comes back into focus as it feels weird, and then it feels normal, and then it feels fine.
Did it?
The clone's still standing there, and Triage just kind of looks at you.
Did I do the thing again?
Yeah. Brainwaves are more close to normal this time, but they did dip.
Yeah, I got dizzy there, and I kind of
Yeah.
lost track of everything.
Yeah. What are you feeling when that happens?
A whole lot of fuzzy blankness.
Just numbness?
Yeah, and then I kind of, like, my body just kind of isn't there for a second. It's almost, I don't want to say euphoric, that sounds weird, but it's peaceful.
Yeah. I'll look into that. There's a medical precedent for that.
Did my heart rate jump or dip or anything?
No, your heart rate was fine. It was just your brain activity.
Okay.
And circulation, but it's all normal now.
He's...
Yeah, the clone's fine.
Mr. Ectoplasm,
Yes.
can I take a selfie with your clone?
Yes. It is fortunate that you are not a student on campus, but that you are here in an advisory capacity. Otherwise, you would not be permitted to use your cellular device.
You know that's fair.
Get the tiniest bit of just a dry smile from the ectoplasms. Will that be all?
Looks like Triage. I think so.
Should be fine. All right. It's been an eventful afternoon. Let's go get dinner. And let's plan our next move. Because you and me, we're going on patrols.
User's ectoplasm, just thank you.
Ectoplasm just gives you a slight bow. I will see you on Monday. Makes his way out, he absorbs the clone, and he's gone. Shit!
That was a decided step in the right direction.
Seemed more like a leap to me.
I mean, I have to use the cables for that, but...
Let's go. I have some thinking to do. You guys continue? Didn't need recovery, girl. You're fine.
Yeah.
She still gives you some gummies before you leave, though. Just in case your brain feels weird at all. Because whatever you did was not normal.
Yeah. Don't mind me just having a dissociative episode to make my quirk work.
Yeah. More like making your quirk work to have dissociative episodes.
Yeah.
You continue. You leave campus yet again. At this point, it is long past when school would have ended for all of the general study students. You head out into the city. Plenty of good places to go to get some food here briefly. And before long, Triage asks you, all right, so would you prefer to patrol here or head back to Yamanashi?
I mean, whatever you think is more effective. I mean...
Hey, Perry.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Perry.
Howdy. Y'all streaming?
Yeah.
Yep.
Or
I guess, what do you think has a higher rate of necessitation?
Necessity? No. I'm not taking patrolling out of necessity. The streets don't need you armed already. You're not qualified enough for that. But you need to be out on the streets.
I guess here then.
Alright.
I mean, I don't super know the topography really well.
If that's the case, I'm going to take you back to your student apartment. Don't leave. That's the only thing I'm going to ask of you. You're still technically under my supervision. And I'm going to go stay at a local hero agency just 2 blocks down the way.
Okay.
Seriously, don't leave.
Yes, sir.
If anything happens to you, that's on me.
What time do you want me to meet you in the morning?
Early.
Yes, sir.
8 o'clock. Okay. Takes you back to your student apartment. Hey, home. Change out of your hero costume. It's the first time you've had your hero costume in your apartment. Weird. But you managed. You can put all your luggage away because you probably won't be going back to Yamanashi. You can go to bed.
He texts Kite and says, with a picture of his room, and says, "Guess where I get to stay."
God, I cannot wait for Ty's response to that. That is terrible. I need to take a note of that real quick. That particularly because that is going to affect Ty.
Unfortunately, yesterday it's just pork butt wasn't completely thawed out. Pork butt? Mm-hmm. It was a big old chunk of it. Well, that's what I'm doing. It's just basically like there's all this chunk.
Cool. Don't mind me. Thursday morning. Well, D12.
7.
Delightful. Thursday is uneventful. You are just patrolling early morning here in Shizuoka. You go till about lunchtime, and then Triage is going to want to take a break, go get lunch. But it's just feels a little less weird, a little less formal, because you're just in a place that for a while now you've been able to call home. You know these streets, at least a good chunk of them. You see faces that you've seen before, even if you don't know them. And it's like people are seeing you for the first time because you're different. You're not wearing your hero costume or your certified British street grunge. Or not here, I mean your UA uniform. You're wearing your hero costume and people look at you different.
Which is slightly nicer, certified British street grunge.
Yes, but with tech. Yeah. With the certified Tetsuya Nomura amount of just like straps, zippers, very Final Fantasy. We love it. Thursday afternoon comes. I need you to roll a perception check for me.
This is my best skill.
Hey, with a 4?
Yeah, no, I'm kidding.
I
It's not
was
my
like-
best skill at all.
I was like, wait. Yeah, we literally made that joke earlier today too.
Another 8. I rolled 2 perceptions and they're both 8.
Nah, nice. Yeah. You don't see all the looks people are you're giving you, because 1, recognition, and then 2, just secondary recognition as, oh, that's a hero. But then 2, they're like, oh, that's the guy who once spoke. Oh shit. You know? You don't see all of that.
He also just tunes people looking at him out anyway.
It's just 1 foot in front of the other, walking behind Triage, looking around, and as you do, every now and then he just turns back to you, eyes up, vigilant. Anything could happen at any time. We need to be prepared. You never know who will have to help. And you continue through the city. Late that afternoon, Triage gets a call. He just looks over to you. Ready for some medical aid?
Let's do it.
Alright. This way. And he immediately just starts sprinting off through the streets. Sprinting. You guys get moving. As soon as he finds like the nearest police officer who is just like out in the city streets, you know, on patrol doing their thing, he talks to the officer and effectively not commandeers the vehicle, but the officer is going to drive you guys to the scene because you have been patrolling and it's across Shizuoka from you.
Or is it like
You guys head out Thursday afternoon. By the time you've gotten there, the incident has been resolved, but you see it's a multiple-story building. Looks like it's a residential address with some illegal activity happening there. There was a bust, and a local pro hero and their sidekicks managed to deal with all of the criminals and get all the civilians out. Triage immediately just starts looking over civilians, just analyzing all of them. It takes only a second or two to lock onto each one, but he has to do them one at a time. And all the while, he just pay close attention. This is the reality we're walking into.
Can I do perception to see if while he's individually getting everybody, is there someone he hasn't gotten to yet that I can
Absolutely.
catch?
You know what? Worth the taste.
Yeah?
but Probably not again.
No? What was your perception?
It's just like that point in time.
What was your total? One?
Just got done
Wasn't that one?
you wanna get
Fucking classic.
that, like, after-
Yeah, you're just looking around and you're just looking at him and you realize, oh, he went left to I went left to, oh shit. And you're like looking at all the people he's already scanned. The few that are like actually injured that he scans, he just like goes over to them quickly and he just like puts bandages around like whatever small wounds they might have. But there aren't many. There's only like a dozen people here that were in any actual danger.
Nope.
It is at that point that you hear the boots on the pavement behind you and the long, drawn-out sigh. And when you turn around, there's a long, stringy, fleshy thing just pointed directly at your face. And she's standing there, hand on her hip, just kind of leaning. Hey, you know, that's totally my aesthetic, right? I mean, like, we can't share it.
I'm sorry, who are you?
Jiro.
Oh,
You turn
never
and
mind,
realize,
it's like Jiro.
and you just, oh, son of a bitch. It's Kyoka Jiro. Earphone Jack.
Look, I know we had this conversation before, but it's cultural appropriation for you, sweetheart.
Hey, this town's not big enough for the two of us.
Most places in this town aren't big enough for me. Actually, it's a common problem.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you. How's your internship
She
going?
goes to give you a fist bump.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going all right. I didn't actually do any fighting or anything, but Death Arms and his sidekicks, well, we just cleared out this building. Apparently people were distributing and selling illegal substances here. Some pretty dangerous stuff, so they just sent me to get all the civilians out, and
Oh, drug bust.
yeah. There were some hostages, there was some fighting, but I didn't see any of that.
Glad you're doing good. It's good to see you. And totally stealing
It's-
my aesthetic. Thank you.
As if.
You know what?
I'm glad you're here. Weren't you heading out of town?
We were, and because Mr. Triage kind
Oh.
of jumps around, so
Oh, okay.
we came back here to. I also used UA for some experimentation. So
You went back to campus?
yeah, Mr. Ectoplasm let me do some research.
What was it like without all the Hero students on campus?
Quieter. A lot quieter.
Weird. I mean, I guess we probably are the loud ones, huh?
Well, yeah, didn't have to wear that stupid uniform.
But you gotta go back to campus wearing your Hero uniform?
Yeah, it was great.
That's incredible.
You know he fucking fights the uniform code like every fucking day.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, you could get away with not wearing his tie. Bakugo does that constantly.
He does.
Granted, Bakugo gets told off a lot, so.
Or the jacket, or whatever. Roll the pants up and just.
Jesus Christ.
He just pushes it as far as
Roll
he can.
the
without
pants
getting in
up.
trouble. Uh-huh.
What do you do? Tuck a cigarette into your sleeve? Jesus, man.
Just as far as he can go without getting in like actual trouble.
Push the lever. Well, it's good to have you here.
Oh, it's good to have you here.
Triage comes back over, having looked over all of the civilians. Sights clear? Everything secure?
God, the smell, the fragrance, though.
See, one of your classmates is on the scene.
Yeah, this is what's her hero name?
Earphone Jack.
Earphone Jack, right? Yeah, this is my classmate, Earphone Jack.
She just. Oh, we're doing that now. We're going by those.
I don't know. Are we supposed to?
Yeah, yours was black box.
Yeah.
Yeah, black box. All right.
Just
It's like if you got a piece of toast, you could smell the toast. It was really good toast.
Okay. Okay.
All of a sudden, when you bit into the toast, it was
And she says hi to Triage, because she's met him, obviously. He came to class. There's some pleasantries, and a guy who looks like Death Arms but is not Death Arms runs over, and he just tells Earphone Jack to get in gear and to stop standing around, which she does. She waves goodbye. It's good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. See you Monday.
Oh, yeah, see you Monday. And she's gone. Triage just looks over the civilians. Well, sorry there wasn't much for you to do here, but
I suppose that's the ideal situation, is there's not much for us to do, right?
yeah, it's better that we have more heroes than we need than not enough.
That makes sense.
Come on, let's get back on patrols. You guys bounce out of there. The rest of Thursday is uneventful. I need a D12 for Friday.
Free day.
Free day.
10.
Perception check. Certified good classic.
Come on.
Please, just a 19, you know? Just a little bit of 19. Just a tiny bit of 19.
12.
That is neither 1 nor 9.
No, it's not.
You want the die? Gib.
Can I re-roll with girlfriend?
Giving
luck?
it halfling luck. Yeah.
It's just me looking for her at the supermarket when she sees something shiny and fucks off for 10 minutes.
Sugar?
I'll walk down an aisle and she'll see something and just
Man.
turn around and she's just gone. I'm like, fuck. Gotta go to the security booth because there's a lost child.
Jesus, man. Alright. Yo, what was your perception? 12? 12? Yeah. You spend another day patrolling in Shizuoka. It's all familiar to you. It's all familiar. It's Friday morning. Soon it's lunch, and you guys take your break for a couple hours. And Triage comes to ask you, so, the city. How are you handling it here?
There's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Doing okay. He's shaking a little bit. That's not too bad. It's usually all it was.
Alright, that's good. Have to work on that. I'm sure you plan to, but
Yeah, it's old issue.
what about your quirk? How do you feel about the developments we've made this week?
Remarkably confident.
Good.
Not something I usually feel.
I'm glad. Come on, let's wrap up lunch and get back out in the field.
So,
Depending how things might go tonight, though, we might head back to the agency one day early. We'll see.
that's fine.
I actually really didn't have to do all that much after that last incident, but we'll see. You guys head back out in the streets. Yeah.
Perception?
Nah, you already rolled that. The rest of the day is calm and uneventful. Still, you cannot help but notice people are looking at you. People are noticing you. Every now and then there's like, it's mostly just people like, oh, here, yeah. But every now and then there's just that like, oh, that guy. And you just know you're like, they know who I am. Shit.
I'm not a huge fan of that.
Mm-hmm. Public recognition, terrible thing, truly, I hate it.
Well, the reason probably because of price is because they put a lot of effort into it. Sure.
Someone approaches you during your afternoon patrol. It's getting close to like evening. It's getting a little redder in the sky, but it's not getting nearly dark yet, you know. Close to sundown though. And a woman approaches you. She has dark hair. It's mostly like black, but you see there are like little strands of like a very metallic blue amidst it, among it, you know. And her eyes are just like this deep, stormy gray. She's older than you. She's probably early college age, and she has headphones in, But she sees you and she walks up to you during your patrol. And Triage kind of looks her over. And then he looks at you and you get the feeling he's like reading you. How do you feel? Someone approaching you. Oh, you are approaching me.
There's a person walking up. That's probably to be expected.
Yeah.
She's probably a little stiff, but fine.
And as soon as she's in front of you, she just, hey, you're that kid from UA, right?
Oh, yeah.
The one who, you did pretty well at the sports festival, right?
Yeah, top 10, I guess.
Yeah. I got a friend who's like a total UA nut. Like, I think she was gonna go, then she didn't. Anyway, I was gonna ask, could I get like a picture with you or something?
Oh.
Or like an autograph from something? Like, if I have to pay, I'll pay. That's fine.
You don't have to. Stops himself from cussing. Of course, you don't have to pay me. That's fine.
Okay, that's cool. Thanks.
Wait, do heroes make people pay to take photos?
That depends on the hero. It also depends. Not all heroes are in control of their brand and their marketing and their finances. Yeah, it's just a byproduct of the times. You know?
Fair
Go
enough.
for it.
Yeah, okay.
I'll keep on watching.
Take a picture with her and sign whatever she wants.
Yeah, Triage walks a little ahead, but not too far. And the woman stops and takes a picture with you. You going to college, or are you going right into the hero thing?
I don't know yet. We'll see when we get there.
All right. Well, if you think about it, online's the way to go, if you ask me.
What was her name?
Hmm?
I didn't catch your name.
Oh, Claire.
Nice to meet you, Claire.
Nice to meet you too.
Black box.
Right. Black box. She was about to say something else.
Oh, I know she was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Cool. Catches up with.
She walks away. She gets your picture. Out and about on the town. Your fame increases by 1. As does yours, Adriana. Don't worry, I'll do a lot of XP after everyone's had their adventures.
18 fame now.
Yeah. What about you?
17.
70? Oh yeah, you have higher because you got second place.
Cool. Yeah, catch up with Triage and carry on.
Carry on. I need you to roll a will saving throw.
Yes, totally. I think you're right, man. It shouldn't be about
21.
Delightful. You continue on with Triage. He's just occasionally looking over you. Hey, you alright?
Yeah, I think so.
You didn't do that thing again, did you?
No.
Alright.
Did something? Am I reading wrong?
You're just spiking and dipping, that's all.
Yeah.
You're fine, like you're not in any danger, but you're just, your brain's being weird. You kind of take a second and you just, never mind, don't worry about it.
No, what?
I don't know, I mean like, she was pretty, right?
I mean, I guess, yeah.
Especially with that peppermint.
It's not bad.
I don't do romance.
Okay.
My last relationship didn't pan out.
Yeah, tell me about it. So what, your brain's just going up and down for nothing?
That's why I'm a little nervous.
Yeah, let's get back.
Okay.
Give me just a minute. And he goes to call, and he calls, yeah, he totally thought you were into that chick for a moment.
No.
No, I know, but, and he goes to call one of his associates in the area, and about 2 minutes later, he's, right, ready to head out?
Yeah, cool.
Tonight's been pretty uneventful. You can head back to your dorm, and then if you want, we can do some more patrolling tomorrow.
I guess we'll just
Or we can head back and do more experiments. That's up to you.
let's do one more day patrol.
Okay.
This is I feel pretty good with the sciencey bit. The dealing with crowds and people is I need that.
Okay. Let's do it.
You'll go back to his dorm.
Go back to your dorm. You awaken. Feel good. It's a new day. It's a new dawn. Saturday morning. Roll a d12.
3. 3, 7.
Mm-hmm. Sorry.
3.
3,
my lord.
3, my lord. 3, my lord. I fucking love Thelonious. The morning's patrols are uneventful.
But I just don't know if I have the strength of absolute fortitude.
You get to lunch.
The pumpkin does the best.
It was the cheapest one.
The morning's patrols are uneventful.
Well, there's a lot of senses that go into drinking something.
You get to lunch.
It smells nice, it tastes nice, but like the more like if you could smell
The morning's
something,
patrols were uneventful.
it's good. If you could smell
You
something,
get to,
it's a little, like,
and at that point you realize,
too much.
Yeah.
what did we do Tuesday?
Maybe you can appreciate it.
That's not good.
You get to lunch.
Hey,
Yeah,
You're with Triage. You're just hanging out, having lunch.
hey, Mr. Triage, I think something's wrong.
Okay, Spider-Man. Oh yeah, but what? Are you good? You all right?
I think so. How long have you been sitting here?
What? 30 minutes? We ordered like 20 ago. It's gonna take a while.
What?
Are you okay?
Real sense motive.
Yeah. He immediately just roll sense motive. He immediately just starts reading your brain.
Fuck you. 25. 24.
It should be all well cooked enough. So
Seriously, are you okay?
I think so. I don't know. That girl took my picture yesterday, and I've been. I don't know. You said I was weird, and now I don't remember things.
Okay. Well, nothing happened to you when she took the picture. And her activity was fine too.
Am I just going crazy?
No. That's not the safe first assumption to make. Hold on. And he just keeps staring at you. Don't mind him.
Yeah, okay.
He just stares at you. The morning's patrol was uneventful.
Uh-oh.
I thought for sure
Uh-oh.
We get to lunch.
Black Hand was gonna do what I need.
This is bad.
And he's staring at you. It's kind of weird. Why is he staring at you? I mean, like, obviously he's going to use his quirk on you, but...
Hey,
What did we do on Monday?
hey, sir, I'm freaking out a little bit. Things are getting really fuzzy really quick.
Yeah. Come here, quick. He just grabs you. We're heading back to UA.
Yeah, okay.
Right now, we're going to Recovery Girl. She can help with this, probably.
Do you know what's going? Am I okay?
Yeah, you're fine. You're not having an aneurysm. Your heart's fine. Everything's fine, but your activity in your brain is just abnormal. It's not dangerous. It's not off the charts. It's not unhealthy. It's just abnormal. We're going to UA. You're fine. Just sit tight. Right?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, my buddy came in from the Air Force
And he calls just a local hero contact. You guys load in the car and you take off. Just some guy in like an outfit. He has wings, but they're folded up against his back, and his outfit's just like a simple gray bodysuit with red stripes here, like on the waist and shit.
That's where it was at.
Well, that's what got me fucked up, was thinking about it too much, because it was like, what dragon?
What do we do on Wednesday?
Oh no. Hey.
Oh, Tuesday! Experiments. Monday though.
And milk of blizzard, dude.
And you're in a car. You're moving fast. You're going up the hill. That's UA. You remember that. I think.
Okay.
And you get to the crest of the hill. And the fly lets you out of the car. And you and Triage head through those pearly blue gates, and you fumble for a moment trying to find your key card, but you have it. And you get through, and you're making your way back. And Recovery Girl's already strolling along the path. She is quicker than she ought to be for her size and age. But she sees you, and she's just immediately, what did you get yourself into now? And she just grabs you and just, come here. Just, and gives you a big kiss on the cheek. And at this point, she's like fiddling in her pockets, and she pulls out a Pez dispenser of Comely Woods. Come, eat this.
Yeah, okay. He takes his respirator
You're
off.
walking to her office. The morning shift was uneventful.
Oh no! Oh, this is bad. Am I back at lunch?
No. You're in the present moment. You're not reliving memories. You're not reliving anything. You're just voids, gaps, breaks. It's just empty. It's just occasionally it's empty, and then a little thing pops back up, and you're like, that. I know that. We're in because we went to UA on Wednesday. And ectoplasm was there, and you saw the principal.
They don't cook themselves.
But the moral of the story is, the morning shift was uneventful. And now you're at UA. And you're in the nurse's office, and you've been here before, many a time, actually. And at that point, he begins to realize you're having issues remembering anything the last 4 to 5 days, clearly. You remember things, but they're fuzzy and fading. And you eat the Pez, but it's not a Pez, it just looks like a Pez. And it's in a Pez. Comely Woods. And you're not heading off to lunch. Was the morning shift eventful? But you're sitting on the bed in her office, and she's looking over you, and Triage is staring at you intently. And you eat another Pez, and you eat 3 before you know it. Or maybe 2?
Is there so you stop me if I'm taking too many of these, right?
Of course. We're not going to give you too many. Don't worry, they can't hurt you. They just stimulate things your body's already doing.
Okay.
There's nothing that they can introduce that will do harm.
Should I just lie still?
Just lay down.
Okay.
No more questions.
Yes, ma'am.
And they keep staring over you. And she's at a computer, and she's doing things and doing things and doing things. And he's looking over you.
And even then, I just bought my food. I'm trying to go home, John.
And you're starting to feel normal. Roll a will saving throw.
I was gonna say he's gonna do something too.
Yeah. Well, roll a will saving throw, and you get a plus 8 bonus from Recovery Girl, because that's what her fucking quirk does.
26.
Hey! Monday. I remember Monday. Tuesday was good. Wednesday, it's coming back.
Okay.
The morning. Thursday. She had startling gray eyes. She was beautiful, but not interesting in that way. And she told you to do college online because it was better that way.
He's gonna reach out for his quirk,
Yeah.
and he's gonna kick it on at his brain,
Mm-hmm.
and he's just gonna say,
You mostly remember those experiments, yeah.
and he's just gonna direct it all the way at his mental brain, direct everything at his brain. And in his head, he's just gonna start singing that song, singing David Bowie.
You're fuzzy, you feel a little weird. For a second, your brain's like, oh, we're gonna go experiment with we're gonna go to campus with Triage today and do experiments or something. And you're like, no, that was a couple days ago. And in the midst of the memories of the uneventful morning shift actually coming back into clarity, and you actually getting a hold of your brain again, and all the fuzzy finally starting to fade, I'm an alligator. I'm a alligator for you. That fucking song starts just playing in your head. And you're like,
Heard of that?
I need it.
That
Well,
place
you feel normal.
I need to clean it again. It's going to be the third attempt.
Triage just looking over you.
I had it spotless.
Recovery girl, what I wouldn't do for a quirk like yours. Hey, kid, how you feeling?
With your name on it.
Terrible, but fine.
Well,
You can go.
statistically speaking, you're not doing terrible, so I'm sorry you feel that way.
I think I just went in. I don't know. I just quirked my brain somehow.
Yeah, you just blood flushed your brain again. Let's try not to do that again this week. I still don't know what that does. I mean, there have been no ill effects yet, but for all I know, this could be that.
I just forgot the entire last week and then remembered it again. Like everything. I think I remembered this morning's shift about a dozen times.
Thank you so much.
When we're done here, I'm gonna go check in with that place we had lunch at. I don't think it's that, but I need to make sure.
And I just
Because you weren't poisoned.
no that I keep remembering that girl we saw.
I've seen her face. She's hauntingly beautiful, but like not interesting in that way. Her friend was a big fan of UA. Maybe he was gonna go here. Yeah, they were gonna go here, but then they didn't get in or something. And she wanted a picture or not, and she was gonna pay.
Yeah, she offered to pay me for a picture, and I thought that was the stupidest thing.
Right. You had a question about that. What about her? Do you think? Did she do anything? Did you feel it from her, or was it after?
It was right after. It was about 30 seconds after, I guess.
Do your best to be honest with me, because I'm not judging you, and neither is Recovery Girl. So this isn't that, right? Like what I was joking about yesterday. This isn't like a love thing, because there are quirks that do that, and I'd be really concerned.
God, I hope not. Because my last girlfriend was a guy, and I'm just figuring out I didn't like girls, so I don't think it was. I definitely know she was older than me, and
so this isn't that. Good. Then that opens a whole other realm of concern. You're fine for now, medically, but if you're having any more health or just mental lapses, I need you to report to Recovery Girl immediately. And she gives you her phone number. Seriously, call this number. I'm also going to do check-ins with you a couple times over the next week or two, until we can maybe start to isolate what this is. Because if this has anything to do with your quirk and the way you've been using it this week, then we need to stop all experiments immediately. But if it's not, it has something to do with that woman, we have to find her.
Do you think it could be just overuse?
Have you ever suffered fatigue from this before?
No, I mean, I've used it quite a bit, historically, and I've put myself through some pretty mean paces with it.
If this were fatigue, I would be able to read that in your bloodstream because you would be nutrient depleted. This is a brain activity issue. You're fine, you're not in any medical danger, but we need to figure out what's causing this in case you start losing real memories.
I think I need to find out.
You think it's her?
There's nothing else it could be.
Okay, then I need you to stay just here for now. I'm going to contact the police and some local hero agencies. You said she was in college?
Yeah, she looked about college age. She invited me. She told me I should go to online school.
That's weird.
Yeah, it didn't make any fucking sense.
I'm gonna look into that, see if I can get some information from the city about any college students. You don't worry about it. Whatever, if she did anything, whatever it might have been, I can't have you exposed to that again.
Yeah, that's fair.
So for now, you're gonna stay here with Recovery Girl. And she just, yes, you can stay. Obviously, you're not in any trouble, and I'm being 100% clear with you here, not just because I'm a doctor, well, I'm a technical doctor at the most, but also because you're a student under my protection. You are not in danger. Your brain is healthy, but you're losing memories. So for now, stay put.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. This is a nice bed couch.
Yeah. Just to shake your hand, Walker.
Mr. Triage.
You good, man? You've done some great work this weekend.
This
week.
It's Friday still, yeah.
No, it is Saturday.
Okay. I guess I won't.
At this point, you like get the last of your memories back. Oh God, Midoriya sent that text out last night.
Fuck, I missed that entire thing.
Yeah, you're having memory issues.
Fuck.
At that point, your brain's like, ugh! And you just get your phone out and realize like you've seen all these texts before. But you're just like,
He like panics.
yeah. Oh God. Oh no.
He's like, he immediately knows what Ida was. It was Ida.
Maybe.
Like he fucking did something stupid.
Yeah. Starts panicking. I need you to roll a will saving throw.
Fuck did you do to me, Tafa?
What did I do? Nothing.
What's +8?
No. The supplements are done. They did their work.
That's gonna be a 15 then.
15. Oh God, yeah. Ida was in West Tokyo, in Hosu, where this incident went down. It says it was the League of Villains, though. Like all the news articles everyone was saying last night, and then all the news articles they're saying this morning said stuff about the hero killer, Stain. Yeah, who crippled his brother. Yeah, you remember that.
So yeah, he knows. He went after the dude who almost killed his brother.
Yeah.
And did something. So he gets.
Also of note, because Walker's an intelligent one who's really good at sense motive. Midoriya, Ida, and Todoroki have not responded. Everyone else in class has checked in the group chat.
Yeah, he's like. Let's see. Highs or lows?
Yeah. Hi.
He gets mad.
Oh, he's mad.
Yeah, because like that's exactly what he told Ida not to do. And he knew he was gonna, but like.
Yeah. Friendship and fear, my friend, and the heart of a hero. Valor and vengeance. In the heart of a hero.
And he's got to stop whatever's happening to him right now because something's not right.
Yeah, something's happening to his brain. In the heart of a hero. It's Saturday? The rest of your day's a little fuzzy. Once or twice more, Recovery Girl walks over and gives you just a little mwah. You think it's once or twice. But she can't give you any more gummies. Not for now. She's going to have to go order a different product and hope it delivers today. And the rest of your Saturday is a little fuzzy. In the heart of a hero. It's Saturday morning. No, it's Sunday morning. You stayed the night. That's not unprecedented. You think, you're pretty sure students have done that before. Kids get pretty fucked up here. I mean, they've had kids die here. And that's kind of part of the waiver parents sign when they send you the entrance exam. So, but I'd like to clarify, kids die during the entrance exam. Kids don't die during school. They don't do that.
You failed.
She had blue eyes and raven hair with beautiful gray bits, just single strands and accents here and there. Not an aging or a stressful gray, but something metallic and ephemeral.
He needs a fucking cigarette is what he needs.
Yeah.
But he's in Recovery Girl's office.
Yeah. The principal was here this morning. You had tea with him. Yeah, you had tea. You remember looking into his eyes, his lifeless, wrathful animal eyes. And they weren't gray, they weren't blue, and they lacked that quality that is now printed in your brain. And it's Sunday morning. Well, the rest of your classmates will be here soon. How do you feel this morning, Walker?
I'm alive.
Well,
I think, anyways. I don't think it's something.
you are most assuredly alive. For the moment, you are still here in Recovery Girl's office. Triage came back this morning. He said that you're still healthy.
Did I miss him? Or did I say goodbye and just forgot it?
No, you were sleeping,
Okay.
but you are still experiencing lapses of memory, are you not?
Yeah, I don't remember any of Friday. Well, yeah.
An eventful year this has been for internships. I've been assured that you will be healthy and safe, but that you might experience some short-term memory loss. We will do everything we can here at UA to take good care of you. Needless to say, if this continues, you will not be expected to keep up at full capacity with your schoolworks.
No, I'll be okay.
I'm sure you will. Well, I'm going to head out now. It's been good to see you again, Walker.
Yeah. good.
Although I wish the circumstances were more forgiving.
Oh, I'm fine. I'll be fine.
I'm going to leave you with some of my tea.
Oh, thank you.
I think you quite quite enjoyed it.
Yeah, tea's my thing.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
And he leaves. And it's just you and Recovery Girl.
Just kind of sits up.
Blue eyes. And the eyes in your mind, they are blue and ephemeral. There is an inhuman quality to them. Striking, you can't stop thinking about her. But for a moment, the visage you see is not that of the woman who haunts you, but you see a broad, stoic, chiseled and well-built face with a slight nose, thin brows, and very different blue eyes. You see the creases from smiles, and you see those slight red rims from tears, and you see the reflection of the light in the panes of his glasses, and you feel as though you've forgotten something terribly important. I need one more will saving throw.
Fucking showed up when you needed to. Natural 19. +6.
Hosu! Tenida! You hear the sound of the bus's brakes applying outside the main building. Your classmates are here. And you feel as if you've forgotten something terribly important. And that's where we're ending your session tonight, Wyatt.
Fuck.
Oh, that little... Fuck.
Oh, fuck.
Did she do that? Did you do that?
I have no idea what the
What
fuck just
happened?
happened.
The morning shift was uneventful. Thanks for playing, guys. Really. It's 10:14, just a little later than we usually go, but we started a whole hour earlier.
That's fine.
Took no break.
I was expecting on going at 11, so that's great.
2 internships down. 1 life-changing traumatic incident in the city aside, not yours. That's not life-changing or traumatic yet. 2 more to go. Who even knows what kind of fun Kite and Zhao are gonna have? Where did they go again? Next week, Monday night.
Next week, the morning shift is uneventful.
The morning shift is uneventful. In the heart of Hero. Next week, Monday night at 6:30, possibly 5:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. It's undecided as of now. Just keep your head on a swivel. Join the Discord if you want a live announcement. I'd announce it on my Twitter, but no one fucking uses that thing. Am I right, lads, or am I left? Thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you had a good time. I hope the stream didn't break down a whole hour ago. I never would have known. Thanks. Thanks. I hope chat's been wild and interactive this whole time, and I'm sorry that I couldn't take part in all of that with you. But I appreciate your patronage. You're all wonderful. Beautiful bastards, the lot of you. Twitch, good night. I will now go end stream.